Hello, people. Welcome to the stream. This is the live commentary of the Mojo Chess Extravaganza, the GM and Unknown section. I'm here with Lizo Sikwati.
Yep, Lizo here. I'll be covering most of the games today, and yeah, thank you to Vusi for allowing us to use our platform. Welcome to everyone on Facebook. Welcome to everyone on Twitter, and of course, welcome to all of the Twitch fans. Um, well, we're having an interesting event here in the Northern Cape in Kimberley, out of all of the places. People, nobody expected this. I didn't expect to see Grandmaster Nigel Short grace us with his presence. I didn't expect to see many countries participating in this tournament. I was thinking provinces, I was thinking local guys, but now that we have people that are international in this, in our city, it's very, I guess, eye opening that chess can stretch so far, and our community is actually that close that even if there's a tournament far away from your shores, you'd still be able to attend. You'd still be able to know the names. But it's gonna be such an interesting event. We also have our very own players. Rather, let me start with them. We have Christian Acho from Bloemfontein. I didn't see the camera. We have Christian Nacho from Bloemfontein. We have Keith Kumalo from Joburg.
Yeah, from Joburg.
Yes,
Correct.
from Joburg. We have
Vanilla
Panele Mahangu from Pumalanga, and we have Daniel Barish from
Cape Town.
from Cape Town.
Yeah.
From Cape Town, participating for us. Daniel Barish being the current South African closed chess champion. Keith Kumar. Okay, Daniel Barish is a FIDE master.
Yeah, he is a FIDE master.
Panela Mahangu is a FIDE master.
And
Keith
Keith
Kumalo
is a candidate
master. Acho is a
non-title player, but he's quite strong for a person without a title.
Very strong, definitely very strong. Hello, Portia Matebula. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I think we're gonna have an amazing time here. We're gonna see amazing games. And I really hope to see a lot of upsets. That's what I've come for. That's what I'm known for. Yeah,
I'd love to see a couple of GMs go down actually.
yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah. How many GMs do we have here? Is it a four? I think four, right?
Not three.
It should be. Oh,
four with who?
Four. We have Nigel Short, obviously.
Yes.
We have Sahaj.
Yes.
We have Hesham.
Yes.
From Egypt.
Yes.
And we also have Amir from, I think, Tunisia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't notice but yeah, that's what I was thinking already. But okay, four is a good enough challenge, especially for players that are either untitled or not GMs.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be a tight affair. So I think the first game we're gonna start looking at. Oh, before that, we have to thank the organizers. Thank you to Dr. Jabulan Mokwena and Moja Chess Club for organizing this event. Thank you to the tournament director, which is Mr. Warren Ajum. Thank you to the chief arbiter, which is Mr. Simba Moremi,
all the way from
Zimbabwe, to come and officiate this tournament. We also have the president of the African Chess Federation here, Mr. Louis Nube. So we're really jam packed. Really jam packed in terms of the, I don't want to say administrative side, but in terms of the things that are off the board, we're definitely covered. And yeah, thank you to the Mita Siperepere Convention Center for allowing our players for the prestige section and the other sections to participate there. And lastly, thank you to the Garden Court for allowing us to be here. So now we're going to look at our first game. I think it is.
I think we have to jump into the Nigel Short game.
Definitely.
And yeah.
Right. What are we looking at?
I think it looks like there's a pawn imbalance. So 4 against 3 on the king side and 2 against 1 on the queen side.
Yeah.
Black's pawn majority doesn't seem to be very active.
Yeah.
He can't really push now, and so does white at the moment.
Yeah.
Um, to me, it looks kind of balanced, to be honest. What black has a really strong knight on d5,
Yeah.
and yeah, the bishops aren't really doing much, but they they're not bad either. So
Yeah. I think on my side, um, I think we had a conversation now about this before you went live. I definitely think that Black has decent chances um, to capitalize on at least having a pawn majority in the center.
yeah,
So as long as the pieces stay on the board, the knights and the bishops, as long as they stay on the board, if we can somehow get our pawn from e6 to somewhere around e4, if we can get
yeah,
that pawn to e4, I think we're starting to have a better game than white. I think the big issue here is once the bishop on c1 becomes active, I think black has a lot of
yeah,
issues. If it gets active, especially on the is that a1 to h8
h8
diagonal.
diagonal.
If it gets active there, we have big problems because how do we fight for the square on d5?
Actually, oh yeah, the only problem is the square on e5.
e5, sorry.
Yeah, but I think black should find a way to get e5 in the position, because that's I think that's actually the only good plan he has.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think he should find a way to go for e5. I was thinking
I
maybe,
mean, he can go now,
yeah, but now there's bishop c4.
and then I think we either have to play our bishop to c6 or to e6.
Yeah, bishop e6 runs into knight g5. So
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. So definitely on c6.
yeah, but c6 again,
Exposes the bishops as
yeah,
well. Because as soon as the bishop on c1 moves and we put a rook on c1, the problem is how do we defend both
yeah.
of our bishops?
I was thinking maybe you go h6 and then e5, so that if it goes bishop c4, and then you have bishop e6.
But do we
now.
have time? Because
Yeah, that's the
if we
problem.
go h6 now, there's probably a rook e1
Yeah,
to make sure that you don't even get e5 in.
true.
And now you're gonna have a problem with backward pawn, and then white's pawn structure is healthy, and then your one is not. So
True.
this is probably the only opportunity you have to go.
But then
e5.
you should just make sure it doesn't lose a piece or
Yeah,
doesn't
but
lose immediately.
this is it. This is it.
But then it's
Can we maneuver? Can we try to maneuver our knight though? Knight b4.
and then what to do from there?
But if we go knight b4 and bishop c4,
Yeah, it's literally nothing there.
um, I think we're gonna try to cross over to another game.
Yeah.
Rather,
Yeah, actually, I had a chat with Kera
yeah.
earlier on. He told me he's super ready. So
Let's see. Killers with the black pieces.
yeah,
Yeah, definitely doesn't look like he's super ready.
well,
It
he
looks,
might have.
but it looks okay. The position looks okay. It just looks like white for white. White can't really press. Because I mean, if you try, there's nothing. There's almost nothing you can try.
Yeah, but if it was white to move now,
Yeah.
I think black might be dropping something, or maybe not yet. So if the bishop wasn't on c6, then I could go rook takes a8, queen
Yeah.
takes, and then there's knight e7.
Yeah.
So now, luckily, the bishop is there. So if I take, you just take back with your bishop.
Yeah, but the thing is, the bishop is there, so we can't hope that it's not.
I can't.
Yeah,
True.
so I think because of that, white kind of has the better position, but definitely it doesn't look like you can push for anything.
Well,
But probably f4. F4 is something you can do, but besides that, you can't play b5.
But
you can't play c5.
we need to take into consideration that it's black to move actually.
I know. I know it's black to move. I'm just saying for white it looks good, but it seems like you can't do anything with the space advantage.
True.
Yeah.
So I guess then you might actually want to shift to maybe play on the king side. I guess.
Definitely after f4, I think you can, but I don't know. I feel like there'll be too much counterplay. Let's just say we play f4 and somehow our rook on a1 somehow gets to the king side as well. But there's stuff like that the rooks, black's rooks can enter on a2.
Well, you need to. I still have a rook on a1, so
I'm saying if it moves to the king, because you're gonna need all your pieces on the king side to have
yeah,
the successful
true.
attack.
But
So yeah,
but actually, how does black deal with the knight on d5? Like at the
you
moment,
ignore it.
if you take,
You
I take with
ignore,
the
you
e pawn,
ignore the
and
knight.
okay, but if you ignore long enough, then I might actually have something. So f4, f5 might be an idea,
Yes,
I
definitely.
guess.
I mean, I feel like it's your only chance to try and win.
Yeah, and yeah, you might actually have some problems on the a1 h8 diagonal.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess white is, well, he has the more active position, the more active pieces,
Yeah.
but the question is, does he have a decisive advantage? I don't know if that's the correct question to ask.
Yeah, it's a good question to ask, but the points you're raising up about leaving, if we ignore the knight on d5, I think it allows for decisive advantage later on with f4 f5. Even now, like moves like queen g5. What do you do about them? There's nothing you can do as black.
Yeah, I think f6 is then the only move, which is not. I don't think it's a move you'd want to make.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
And also, it creates a big hole on e6. So then there's already knight f4 and knight e6 ideas.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
I was trying to think about f5, but f5 is such a horrible move. Um, yeah,
f5 again.
maybe. Oh,
F5 again. I have knight f4 again. So I can save my knight and then I
yeah,
take on f5.
yeah, f5 knight f4.
Yeah.
Still, still hurts. It makes this position so difficult. I feel like as black in this position, it's not. This is not the moment to try and press.
Yeah. I think it's one of those positions where I think the computer would say it's equal
Hmm.
or black is not doing badly, but
Yeah,
then as a human it's really difficult to play.
100%.
So it's one of those positions you wouldn't want to play.
Yeah,
It's like you're fine, but you don't know how to be fine.
yeah. I actually don't see. I don't see. I don't see this. I don't see how black will progress in terms of their defense, because definitely white's better.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know where you start.
And actually, if you
Okay,
compare the
that's not a bad way to start, but this is because I think they're moving king g8 so that they can play f5.
well, then again, f5 I still have knight f4. That's the key.
I mean, but an exchange in these positions. Look, f5, knight f4. We take on e4.
If you take on e4, then you run into 96.
Yeah, that's fine.
So you're giving
What's
up the exchange.
yes, but now
And I think that you might not have enough compensation
but
because the
actually,
bishop on c6 is bad now. If you take on e4
but yeah, I'm. That's why I'm thinking maybe I should take with the bishop,
with the bishop,
but
yeah, I got knight to
it's
e6.
still not enough. 96. It's still not enough.
I don't think it's enough,
Yeah, it's still not enough.
but it's definitely a try, though. It's a try.
Yeah, because even if we do lose this, and I mean the center then becomes ours for
Yeah,
now.
and I don't think if you're playing against GMs, I don't think you really want to have a position where you're just sitting there and waiting
Yeah,
for them
100%.
to attack. So
Hey, welcome, Clive.
through that, welcome.
Welcome. Yeah, so definitely, we don't want to sit back against a grandmaster. You definitely need to fight and find some chances. But this, if black continues in this vein, then I don't see a way that black will win the game.
Yeah, but and the question is, what's the plan for black?
100%. This is the problem, because I really don't know. I really don't know. If the knight was, I don't know. We need to provoke white to play
Yeah.
some sort to give us something.
And the funny thing is that the black queen is babysitting there. So it's always
Yeah,
babysitting the but she's always babysitting the
yeah,
pawn on e7.
yeah.
So yeah, I don't know.
Or maybe King G8 was preparation to maybe play E6.
But then
But
E6
E6 is also very bad.
yeah, now D6 becomes a factor.
Yeah, and you still have the idea of knight F4, knight E6.
Yeah. So I guess I can't see a
Was
chef
was
for
was
black.
was Gala ready?
I don't know.
He legit just passed.
Yeah,
Can someone close the door?
I think we should move on to another game.
No, please.
It's actually funny how each time we're looking at a game, one of the players walks past
Yeah,
here.
and that's scary.
So like the Nigel game, he literally walked past
And
here.
we had to stop.
Now Keller.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if another will show up.
Okay, and Alessandro is another guy who was prepared.
Okay, can we play the game from the start?
I don't know. Oh, okay, this was not.
Is this some sort of ready?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Okay, everything looks fine, standard. Okay,
Bishop
whoa,
B6.
whoa.
Wait, but what
Why?
to do instead is wait d5. D5 is it possible? Was d4 possible?
D4
Yes.
as black.
Oh, there's knight a4, I guess. I was thinking d4 works, but then there's just knight a4, I guess.
Yeah, but still,
Yeah, d5, d4 doesn't work.
it doesn't.
Yeah. I mean, d4, I go knight a4. Now,
But the
I'm
knight is
opening up
pinned.
for the bishop,
I
and
know, but the knight is pinned. The knight on F3 is pinned.
yeah,
And we can take it and.
well then,
Okay, no, we can't. We can't, yeah, you're right.
so,
Okay, so you're trying to prepare for. Yeah, no, not really.
actually, I sort of, I get like weird feels about these positions
Yeah.
where you have to like take on F3
Yeah.
and there's no like complete
Yeah.
continuation.
Yeah.
Because then
always
white
worry.
just has a like an attack.
Yeah.
So,
I really, really worry. Because the problem here is also that pieces rather more inside.
yeah.
So it's not easy to just bring them to the king side and checkmate.
Yeah, and if you look at the bishop, the white bishop on b2, it's
Yeah.
literally breaking down your king.
Yeah.
So,
And the bishop can later on, the bishop on b5 can just come back to d3.
yeah, and
You
you
put a rook on g1.
might
Yeah.
have problems on your king side already.
It's,
And again, there's no clear plan for black.
Yeah.
So,
it's definitely worrisome. Okay, I guess now still white still looks good. White looks better.
but yeah.
And this is where we find the game. This is where we found it.
And then the knight can actually come to f5. The question is it decisive yet, or are we?
Yeah, I think we maybe that's. But you can probably just do it because you can.
Because look at this, I actually have like a mini line, you go knight f5, right?
Mhm.
So
Queen
let's say
d7.
queen b7, I can already go queen c2, and the knight is gonna be there for forever. I mean, if you go g6, then you're already making some concessions
Yeah,
on your
yeah.
king side.
Yeah.
So already ideas like knight h6, knight g4
Yeah.
come to life. So
Yeah.
when
Yeah.
the knight gets to f5, it's literally there to stay.
Yeah, but I guess the GM not rushing it.
Yeah.
Definitely not rushing it, knowing that he does have f5, but
Yeah.
rather opting to go for the backward. Okay, it's not really backward, but
The
opting
c6
to go
move.
for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think white is better.
Yeah, I think
White can't lose.
Yeah.
From this point.
True.
But maybe there's something we're
It's always,
overlooking.
I think it's always tough though playing against GMs because one little slight mistake, usually it just goes downhill for you.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, but there's nothing else we can already say about this game. There's no deep line, there are no deep tricks. White just has the better position, and black has a few weaknesses, and white is just trying to exploit them. There's nothing else we can say about it, honestly, because black doesn't have anything.
Yeah, the problem is there's no clear plan for black.
Yeah.
So that becomes a major problem. You're just holding on to I don't know what. So
Yeah.
you're basically just waiting for
But, like,
white to
should
come
we-
at you.
Should we maybe switch our attention from the king side to the queen side? Can we try something like queen d2, knight e4, and then just plant the knight on c5? Well,
And 94 is not possible because there's a knight on e8. Yes.
I thought we're okay.
Yeah.
Kante, we're not okay. Yeah, the queen is definitely defended, so we don't have a knight e4. But okay, I guess then the plan should just stay the same. We just
Yeah.
try and
I think
yeah.
knight f5 has to come at some point.
Yeah.
I think yeah. So now the thing is again I think knight f5 and e4 might already be a possibility.
I worry about e4 because the bishop on b6 is just battling down on the f2 pawn.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean at the right time.
Yeah.
E4 could be a possibility.
Yeah. After queen d2 or queen c2.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think we should focus our attention on the queen side. I mean, I feel like it's easier to play because after knight f5, what do we do?
Okay, knight f5.
Actually, we can play knight f5 just to keep the knight on e8.
Yeah.
It's fixed, and then we just focus all our attention on the c6 pawn and the d5 pawn. I think.
But the knight on f5 is really annoying. So
I'm saying.
Oh,
Yeah.
Knight f5, rook c6 is already an idea.
Yeah. After knight f5.
Yeah. So I can already take on c6.
Yeah.
I mean, rook takes c6, queen takes c6 is knight to e7.
Yeah, 100%. So yeah, knight f5.
So that might actually be the idea.
Ooh, will Alessandro see it?
Yeah, so that's the question. Will Alessandro see the idea?
Yeah, because the idea works almost immediately, but no, there's queen d7.
Queen d7. Yeah, queen d7 falls, but queen d7 and queen d3.
Yeah, I definitely like queen d3.
And funny thing,
yeah,
queen d3. If we go c5 now I can take on d5.
Yeah, I definitely like queen d. I like queen d3 because the longer we play, your rook on a1 has to move at some point, and then that leaves the a6 pawn vulnerable. So playing queen d6 keeps the rook fixed on a8, and now you have two pieces stuck where they don't want to be. So the rook is stuck on a1, on a8, sorry, the knight is stuck on e8, and the rook is stuck on f8. So that's...
And your queen is going to be stuck on d7.
Now 1-0.
Yeah.
g6.
G6 again.
Now 1-0. Let's move on to the next game.
I mean, as much as I was rooting for Alessandro, this is not going his way.
Definitely not.
Let's look at Keith.
This is interesting. This should be interesting. Keith's games are always...
Okay, one thing about Keith, whether he's playing at 2500, 200, 1400, he's always going to have more time. That's one thing for sure.
100%. But what's happening?
I mean, yeah, it looks...
I feel like
balanced
I feel like it's equal.
Yeah, it should. Yeah, it is equal.
I feel like it's equal. But I feel like, I don't know, black has just a bit more, like a 0.02 more. Why I say that is because all of black's pieces are active. Black doesn't have really a bad piece. Maybe black's piece is the rook on h1. And on white side, the bishop is kind of stuck. The light square bishop is stuck. the knight on c3 doesn't really know what's going on.
Not in the game.
Yeah, it's definitely
But
not in
then,
the game.
having said that, e5 becomes an idea then, because then it actually allows both your bishop and your knight to come into the game.
100%, but e5 only really works if I mean it'll only be a great move if black had castled.
Yeah, but if you don't
Or
castle,
black castle.
where does your king go? That's the
It
question.
stays
You can't
there.
stay in the center.
It stays there.
Okay, if you stay in the center, let's look at e5, right?
Yeah,
So I go e5, I already have knight e4 and knight d6 ideas.
yeah.
So I don't know how black should react to
Yeah,
that.
but as soon as e5, knight d7, we're already attacking e5.
True.
Yeah. So now e5 is being attacked, and we can almost take it, but maybe there's f4, or okay, there's no f4. Maybe there's bishop f4, but do you want your bishop stuck defending the pawn? And in that time we can then play knight c5 from d7 to c5. Now your knight can't jump into e, and we're attacking your light squared bishop. Of which, if the light squared bishop comes off the board, our bishop on b7 becomes a monster.
Yeah, true. But actually, I was looking at some funny and interesting one.
Mhm.
So let's say e5, you go knight d7.
Mhm.
I might actually be able to set on b5, like knight takes e5, pawn takes b5, bishop takes e5,
Mhm.
and then now the rook is actually the bishop is attacking the knight on d7,
Mhm.
and now I've opened up the file for my rook on d1. So bishop,
But
bishop
do you
d3
think
becomes an idea. I think
do
it's
you
just
think the king is that exposed in that line? Because you are sacking
the piece, yeah.
yeah. But do you think the king is that exposed in
Not
that line?
really. It was just an interesting. Okay, and black plays h6 here.
No, man. I think black has a lot. Eh? Thinking about it now, just because this knight, the white's knight and bishop, they're tied up. They don't know what they're doing really in the game. And black's pieces, all of black's pieces know have an objective,
Yeah.
a clear objective. I think black has a lot in the position, which is shocking because the rating difference between Keith and Amir is like what, 400.
It's like, no. Amir is 2390.
Oh, okay. So the difference is like 200.
200 points. But yeah, the other thing is Kip is kind of underrated. So
100%.
the key is 2200.
100%.
That's the king's, yeah.
At least.
Yeah.
At least. Maximum probably 2450.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the man is like 2-7 on the
On
chess.
chess,
So
yeah.
he's taking down GM he's
Yeah.
so we actually rooting for him. Yeah.
No, 100%. We definitely are rooting for Keith because we're South Africans. He's South African, and I think, but I definitely think he's played well until this point because some players are almost lost in their positions. I mean, he's played 16 moves against the GM, and he has a slight advantage.
A position where he has chance.
100%. So
Yeah.
there's not much you can ask for. So he's done very, very well to get himself in this position. Now let's just see how he'll convert it.
I actually wonder if e5 is an idea for black.
E5.
Yes. Like you go e5 yourself, because now the bishop on
Yes.
e3 is gonna look really down.
Yes. But the
And-
problem is then your bishop. But it's fine.
But it's
later
empty.
on, yeah,
It's
later,
outside the function.
Yeah.
So it's active.
later on, if we get opportunity to play f5, I mean, of course, we try to improve our position. So if we get opportunity to improve our position to that point, where we can play f5, then our bishop will become very, very strong on b7 because we'll have so much pressure on the e4 square.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. I guess the boy is doing well.
Yeah,
He's doing really well.
definitely doing well. But let's check on
Bandele.
his compatriots. Yeah, South African was South African. Vanel has played against Daniel how many times?
Well, I only know one official game.
One official game
Yeah,
which they played at the African
it was the
individuals.
yeah. I think it was no, yeah African individual.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
then Vanilla won.
yeah, Banana one. But it was really a complicated game. I
Yeah.
think at some point Daniel
Oh,
had the
Daniel was
advantage. Yeah,
Daniel had was an exchange up, if not a
yeah.
piece.
No, it was an exchange. I remember.
Yeah, it was an exchange, and then Vanilla somehow managed to win the game. I think there was two knights, a bishop and a rook,
I can't
and then
remember.
Daniel had a knight bishop and two rooks.
Yeah, could have been something like that.
Yeah, but Daniel's king was like in some sort of net.
Yeah,
Yeah, in some sort of sometimes a mating net, sometimes perpetual. So he was trying to escape all of that, and then he fell into some trap and lost the game. But a very silly trap. I think Daniel was also in low on time, and then yeah, that kind of forced him to make the mistake that
but
loses the game.
this position looks kind of similar to the Keller and Grover
Yeah,
position.
yeah,
If you actually think about it, like the pawn structure is the same,
yeah.
and there's a knight on d5 again.
I think the only difference was that what the Doxford bishops were traded,
Yeah,
and
the bishop, the
one pair of knights was traded as well.
Yeah,
That's about almost the only difference. It's just that in Keller's game, White hadn't played f3 and
Yeah.
h5 and h4, and likewise for Black. Black hasn't played h5 either.
yeah. I guess.
But it's very similar. But after after knight d5 now, maybe maybe White has more chances
Yeah,
here.
again, I'm not really fond of Black's position here.
It's not it's not good. It's not good on both sides.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, if two players are playing the same opening and both of them are worse, it just means the opening is just bad. They're both worse.
Yeah,
How could we play the same opening and now we're both worse?
yeah. True. I guess then, yeah. This game is.
Yeah, but please check the time. I think you need to go.
Yeah. Yeah. I should be out of here. I mean, it's fun hanging out with Lizzo,
Yeah,
but duty calls people. Yeah. I'll see you all later. And Lizzo, yes, my. We actually have a player walking around here, Alessandro, and he's covering his ears. He doesn't want to hear about his blunders.
no, 100%. You shouldn't.
Okay, yeah. Guys, I'm out.
All right, Vusi's out. I guess you guys are stuck with me now until the end of the rounds. These 5 games are the only games we'll be covering. Are they 5 or 4?
Bye.
5.
Bye.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So these 5 games are the ones we'll be covering for the day, and then the other games are taking place at the Mita Seperpera Convention Center, where Vusi will be participating in the next half hour or hour or so.
Yeah.
But good luck to Vusi as well.
Thank you so much.
He's 1 out of 7. Hopefully, it can be a 7 out of 7.
Wait, not 1 out of 7. Oh yeah, technically it is.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
For now.
For now, yeah.
So hopefully, it can become a 7 out of 7 since he has 6 more rounds to go. But yeah, hopefully we'll see him place, get a podium finish. But yeah, see you
Let's
later,
go.
boss.
Okay, thank you guys. I'm out.
Sure.
So I'll check you later, man.
Sure, sure.
Sure.
Yeah, all right. Like we said, position definitely looks similar to the Kela game, but I just wonder. How FIDE Master Vanilla Mahangu will improve on the position. I really don't know how. I don't see how. Because this actually looks much better than, well, for White. White is playing much better than um, the other opponent, Gala's opponent. So, and if we already said that, um, is it Grandmaster? Yeah. No, it's Grandmaster Sarge Grover. If if Grandmaster Grover is playing better than, if Grandmaster Grover has advantage in that position, which is not better than this one, then it means it means it's getting bad. Like we should be very very concerned for FIDE Master Banele, but we really hope. I mean, they're both FIDE Masters. Maybe they evenly matched, but I maybe they're not. Maybe Daniel Barish is stronger because last time out he did have the advantage. It's just that he didn't win the game. So right now, I just want to check you guys' comments. Um, oh, there's a buzz. There's a buzz. Okay, I didn't notice the buzz. Um, yeah, we didn't notice the buzz, but yeah, I'm sure we're sorting a buzz now. Um, it'll be checked out. It'll be checked out. I think Clive is it Clive. Clive made us aware of that. Clive is calling Vusi muscles. Why would you call Vusi? Okay, I understand. Vusi is muscles from now on. But yeah, hopefully someone comes through and joins me so that we can chat about these games. But right now, we're just gonna scroll through to see if there are any differences in the games, because I mean this is a GM IM section, so it might take a while before players make decisions. Um, because I mean, you don't wanna just come out here and play a blunder against the Grandmaster. It's not every day we get to play Grandmasters, especially in the Northern Cape. I guess maybe Joburg, Cape Town, they get enough opportunities, but for us in the Northern Cape, not really. So when you're participating in this event, a specific event in the Northern Cape, you don't want to just blunder and lose a piece or anything like that. You'd much rather take your time, take it easy, um, find a well thought out plan, and then try to implement it against your opponent. Because again, even GM IM norm sections, we don't have a lot of those in the country. We do have the Capablanca. Definitely in the Capablanca, there's GM IM norm. Which other tournaments do you have GM IM norm? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if we have any other, but yeah, no. I don't think our players in SA are trying to mess up this opportunity. I don't think. I think Kela is from Malawi. I don't think he's trying to mess up this opportunity, as well as Alessandro. Alessandro does not want to mess up this opportunity from Italy. So yeah, let's see how Christian Acho is doing. I think Christian Acho is from Free State. One of my good friends. Very very strong player. Very very strong. Um, I don't know. I don't know what stunned his growth as a chess player, but he's been one of the strongest chess players I've known for a very very long time, and it seems like his game against Grandmaster Nigel Short, he's played e5. He found a way to play e5, which is very impressive because I think Vusi and I were struggling to see a continuation. But he found a way to play e5, and his position, well, I won't say it's really, it's better than before, because in the time that he got e5 in, Grandmaster Nigel Short has been able to develop his bishop, one, his bishop that was on c1, and he was able to bring his rook on a1 and f1 to the center of the board, which there are open files. The d file is wide open, the c file is wide open. But I mean, e5 is it's decent. It's a good find. I mean, it's a good way to go about the game, because somewhere somehow you need to be able to push that pawn further forward and try to get your pieces active, especially the bishop on d7. The bishop on d7 needs to stay active. The bishop on c8 was on it was on c7 previously. Was active, but I don't know where it's going now. Is it gonna end up on f6? Yeah, I mean nowhere else, right? And then we're gonna try and trade rooks on the c file. Somehow rook e c8 or rook a c8, but it's not looking it's not as bad. It's not as gloomy as we thought because Christian Archer, of course, is a untype player, and I think his rating is about 19 something, 1900, compared to Grandmaster Nigel Short, which there's a deficit of like what 700 points. That's the rating gap between the players, and Christian Archer is still playing. I mean, 19 moves in, and he still has something to play for. Although we definitely worry that um, his pawn structure is not the healthiest. Definitely not the healthiest because I think Grandmaster uh, Nigel Shorts, his pawn structure is definitely healthier because later on in the game, let's just say we trade off all the minor pieces, maybe the rooks as well, and we go into a pawn endgame. I mean, the majority on the queen side is very troublesome. You definitely have to give thought to it because this happens a lot in Grunfeld positions. Um, I guess sometimes in Queen's Gambit positions. Yeah. Um, and now if we have a pawn ending, White is just going to create a pass pawn on the A file or on the B file, whichever. But I think more likely on the B file, and it's going to have White's going to have an outside pass pawn compared to Black, who can only create a pass pawn on the E file, possibly. And now when we have a pass pawn on, if we have an outside pass pawn, the problem is now once we start pushing it, your king has to go and defend the pawn, and that leaves your pawns on the king side vulnerable. So that's the danger in this position. If all of the pieces are traded off, definitely white will win the game. If we go to a king pawn endgame, and the only way for black to try and win the game is to try and fight for the center or fight in the center rather. So let's see how black will go about this. Now we see the move rook a6 from Grandmaster Nigel Short, which is brilliant, which is such a great move, such a prophylactic move from the Grandmaster. I mean, now later on, remember I mentioned that we're gonna have to trade rooks on the c file, but the problem is now our opponent has played rook a6, bishop a6, and now we can't play our rooks there. So that was such a good move. I actually didn't even spot it in analysis because I didn't think. I mean, I didn't think we'd go that far. We still have players walking around, so we definitely have to be mindful of them hearing us talking about their games. Um, but definitely Bishop A6. What a find! Um, what a find! I mean, now that you can't trade rooks on the C file for black, what do you do? Where do you go? Where does your help come from? Okay, where do you go? Because now if you play your bishop, if you try, and even that, now we can't even just move our bishop from d8 to f6 because you're gonna run into a move like rook c7, and now we'll be attacking the bishop, or now we can actually capture the bishop on d7, and this completely puts black on a defensive. So all of the offensive ideas I had in the game for black are starting to just dissipate. So I'm definitely worried for black now because even I think we even have moves like rook d6, rook d6, rook d1. Um, but I think more likely Grandmaster Nigel Short is going to try and keep the position just as is, rather on his side of the board, and force black to make a few more mistakes, and then from then on capitalize. But I think the position is definitely looking. I mean, after bishop a6, there's not much you can do as black. After bishop a6, it's not easy to remove the bishop from the diagonal. So I wonder how black will go about this position. Okay, we're gonna move on to Grandmaster Sarge Grover's game against Gela. For a moment there, I was just a bit worried that one of the players will overhear me playing about their games. Yeah, you guys will definitely notice the trend when I switch over to a game quickly. I'm definitely trying to respect the players because imagine I'm talking about your game while you're still playing. Um, wouldn't really be such a good thing. Wouldn't be a good thing. Okay, you guys are quiet in the comment section. I was just checking out the comment section really quickly, but seems like you guys are quiet. We're getting a live feed from Christian Nacho's game. Right, just gonna quickly switch over to his game, back to his game. And it seemed like he looks a bit stressed. Is that a Coke Zero? Not a Coke Zero, guys. No one drinks Coke Zero. I'm joking. Um, yeah, but he looks a bit shaken up by Bishop A6, just like I am. Definitely didn't expect to see such a move. I mean, it's brilliant. This is why he's a grandmaster and we're not. Um, but yeah, it seems like he's just trying to figure it out. I mean, like I said, where do you go at this point? Do you still just go for Bishop F6? Okay, he's made a move. I think it's Bishop F6. There we go. He still just goes for Bishop F6 and tries to improve his position. So with Bishop F6, I think he's somehow looking for E4, and then E4 starts a discovered attack against the pawn on B2. But after E4, okay, we can definitely not play knight. We can play knight D4 because after knight D4, there are no tricks with pawn F5 to F4 attacking the bishop because we just take the pawn because our knight is defended by the rook on D1. So yeah, pardon me always looking up. I always have to be aware if any of the players pass through. Um, but still just goes for bishop f6. I feel like the mindset is definitely one of trying to have a fighting position. He's not just trying to defend throughout the entire game, but I think he's trying to get a few chances, to force a few chances in the position. Okay, Keith passing through. Yeah, always have to be mindful of the players. But yeah, so I think with that move, he's trying to still give himself an opportunity to fight in the position. He's trying to stay in the game offensively because I mean definitely you can defend the whole game, but that's not how we go about chess. Um, it is definitely better to attack than to defend. Always, 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 because as the attacker, you provoke mistakes. A defender can't always provoke mistakes. The only way we can provoke mistakes is if we try to counter attack. Um, what do we call it in chess? Is it called the spring coil? As you can see, Grandmaster Nigel Short back to his board. He actually passed through here, and I couldn't actually mention that it's his game. Yeah, this is so worrisome. This is so worrisome when the players pass through. But yeah, seems like Cristiano Ronaldo definitely has a position he can fight in, but I don't see how he'll be able to win the game. Definitely don't see how. Um, yeah, but maybe we can. Okay, but I think I'm gonna switch over to Keith's game. Quickly, I'm gonna switch over to Keith's game against Grandmaster. I'm definitely not switching over to Keith's game because Keith is passing. Joking. We're gonna stay on his game because he's entering the auditorium. Right now, Keith played queen to d6. Okay, let's just see. We left the game where we believe that Keith had advantage. So yes, keep playing h6, and the grandmaster responding with bishop takes f6. Hmm. Do you take with the pawn or do you take with the bishop? Of course, I know the players have already played out the game. We know that Keith took with the pawn. But yeah, let's find reasons why this is okay. Okay, let's start. If you take with the bishop, what happens? The problem is that if you take with the bishop, now we play e5. And after e5, the bishop is then not as active as it was. So I think taking with the pawn is forced. Yes, it kind of weakens the king side, but only if provided that your king is castled. So because the king hasn't castled, therefore therefore it's okay. It's okay for us to play this move. Um, yeah, yeah, it's okay. Definitely seems okay for us to take with the pawn. But I mean, I question why was it okay for white to take the pawn to take the knight on f6? I mean, of course, you have to try to keep the bishop here, right? You definitely have to try to keep the bishop here, but okay. I mean, he's the grandmaster. We're not. We're not grandmasters. And if you're joining us now, and you're wondering what's going on, um, I'm Lizo Sikwati, doing live coverage from the Moja Chess Extravaganza in Kimberley, Northern Cape, South Africa. And yeah, we have the GM IM Norm section. This tournament was organized and sponsored by Dr. Jabulani Mukwena and a lot of other companies that I don't know, but thank you for your sponsorship. Um, and yes, we have a decent tournament within the Northern Cape, within Kimberley, and of course within South Africa. We have a lot of international players participating in the tournament. Um, we have Egypt being represented. We have Malawi being represented, South Africa being represented, India being represented, England with Grandmaster Nigel Short gracing us with his presence, of course, a legend of the game. And the last country we have, I believe, is no. We have Italy and Tunisia. I think Tunisia. Is Tunisia here? Hisham. Yes. We have Tunisia here as well. So yeah, definitely a lot of countries supporting the tournament, and we'd also like to thank you, the viewer. We'd like to thank the viewers on YouTube, on Twitter, and the viewers on Twitch for joining us on stream. Hopefully, we'll have the viewers on Facebook on here soon. Um, but normally people look down on Facebook. I don't know why. Facebook is a decent platform. It's a decent social media platform. But back to Keith's game against Grandmaster Amir. So after taking on f6 with the pawn, now we saw h4. Alright, definitely h4 is trying to create some counterplay on the queen side for white, because white sees that they don't have anything in the center. They can't easily just transfer the pieces over the king side and start an attack. So therefore, you have to use what you have. I think yesterday in the interview, I was asking Grandmaster Nigel Short a question. My question was talking about chess philosophy, because in life, I mean, yes, chess has been described as a game that almost represents life, that almost mimics life. So in life, we all go through life with specific, or rather, let me say, different philosophies. Um, some people believe that money is the key. Some people believe that religion is the key. Some people believe that, I don't know, having nothing is the key. Being poor makes you more enlightened or more humble. Um, but then I just wanted to ask, because as human beings we have these different philosophies in life, in chess, we we also have philosophies. Is it either material, material meaning more, um, is better for you in the game, or is it activity? Does activity mean everything to you in the game, and so forth? And Grandmaster Nigel Short simply just said the Romans described it best: carpe diem. Carpe diem, seize the day, seize the moment. Whatever happens in the game, you have to use what's going for you. So therefore, White playing the A4 move, I guess it's just using what you have, trying to seize the moment with what you have. Um, it's definitely not a glamorous position for White, but White is still trying to create counterplay on the queen side. And after the move pawn from a3 to h4, we have b4. b4, good move, because now where does the knight go? Right. So instead of retreating the knight back, we see a5 being played, and that attacks the queen on b6. What do we call this type of move? Um, is it prophylactic? What do we call this type of move? Cantata. Is it prophylactic? No, man. What was the word? It's a move you can. It's a move you can play um, before you decide to either attack or retreat. Ah, my chess theory is so rusty. Um, what's the move? It's an intermezzo. There we go. There we go. I thought my chess theory was just. It's an intermezzo. It's an in between move. So in this position, the knight is being attacked. We've attacked the knight by playing b4, but in this moment we can choose to retreat the knight to either b1 or b2. But we have an option. We still have an in between move before we can retreat the knight or move the knight to another square. We have the move a5, attacking the queen, because now the queen takes the pawn on a5 or takes the knight on c3. Then we can capture the queen. We can either recapture it when the queen goes to a5. We can recapture it with the rook, or we can recapture it with the pawn if they take the knight on c3. And the queen has more value than the pawn or the knight. So this is an intermezzo, and this is a decent intermezzo as well, because we don't want to just retreat our knight to b1 or b2, but we'd rather have options, because if the queen doesn't choose the correct square to go to in this one, now we're going to have the move knight to a4 followed by knight to b6, um, which leaves. But I think is that can we stop knight a4 to till b6? I don't think we can stop it, and that's actually a nice find, because now the position is kind of opened up, rather the queen side, because we can attack the pawn on a6. We do attack the pawn on a6, but we have a greater chance of capturing, because now let's just say the queen moves to, I don't know. If the Let's start with queen c7, the most obvious one. If the queen moves to c7, um, we maybe play knight. Okay, we can retreat our knight, but then we'll be attacking the pawn on a6. But I'm wondering, can we play knight to a4 and somehow still win the pawn on a6? I wonder. I really, really wonder. But definitely, the position did open up on the queen side because of b4. Now we're attacking the pawn on a6. So let's say we move our knight to b1. On the next move, now we're attacking the pawn, but we definitely want to move the knight to a4. Um, Forward, never backwards. So we definitely want to advance the knight. But what's the best way to do it? Okay, I found the line. So after queen c7, we play knight a4. if the queen takes the pawn on a5, then we have, oh, it still doesn't work. I thought we have bishop takes e6, but the problem is after their bishop recaptures, we can't take the bishop on d4 because our queen is attacked by the bishop on a6. So I really wonder what is the plan. If queens if queen c7, we could also, but no, we definitely have to go to knight a4. If we go knight b1, I feel like that's too passive in the position. I mean, knight b1, knight d2, knight b3, maybe too passive in the position, but probably works. I think the entire idea is to somehow be able to have, I mean, with a5, the move a5 is to somehow have the discovered attack on the bishop on d4. If we move our bishop on d3 to somewhere menacing, some an attacking square somewhere, um, or taking on a6 when the time is right, um, or to somehow get our knight to b6 within those continuations. But I don't see how. I think knight b1 will be coming soon after queen c7. Yeah, after queen c7, knight b1. But really, I think queen a7 rather. Yeah, I think queen a7 rather, because the problem is after knight b1 we're going to be attacking the, like I said, we're going to be attacking the pawn on a6. So now that gives white a tempo to maybe regroup, like a tempo to actually be able to play knight d2. And once the knight gets to b3, then yeah, that might be a problem. We just have to be aware that once the knight moves to b1, or rather, if we try to move the knight to d2, the bishop is attacking the pawn on b2. So we just have to be aware of that, and try to somehow play around it. But the move a5 is, I guess it's okay. It's not that amazing now. I guess the only thing that makes it amazing is that it was an intermezzo. But yeah, let's see how the game continues from there on. And then we saw queen e6. I guess now you can play a knight a4. Yeah, we've been looking for knight a4. But what makes queen d6 the proper move to play? What makes it the right move to play? Because I mean, I've been analyzing line after line. What makes it the right move to play? Does anyone have a suggestion? Something in the chat? No one in the chat. Where is everyone? Okay, no one in the chat. Yeah, but what makes queen d6 the best, or rather a proper move to play? Because I really wonder why not a7. Okay, maybe the obvious reason why not a7 is because you still get knight a4 in, but your queen is less active. And if it's on c7, well, maybe you're just worried that later on a rook can just come to c1 and harass your queen. Maybe, but I mean, you can still get harassed. You can definitely get harassed, um, while your queen is on d6, because the our rook is on d1, so we're on the same file. So that's the worry. But I think he understands something in the position, understands that maybe his intuition is taking over, saying that the queen is definitely safe on d6 rather than on c7 on a6 on a7. But yeah, like we said, knight a4 happened, and now we see rook g8. So the intentions are definitely clear for the black side. We're trying to attack on the king side. And this is probably why queen d6 was played. This is probably why it was played, because we're starting to develop an attack on the king side. I mean, both our bishops are pointing that way, and now we're adding a rook to the party. Remember, when you're playing games, you want everyone to participate in your attack, or rather, okay, definitely not your defense, so definitely your attack. So we have the bishop on b7 pointing towards the king side, the bishop on d4 pointing towards the king side, the queen on d6 towards the king side, and now we've added a rook. So we have four attackers um, starting to make the intentions clear that they're going for the king side. So now we just need to try and coordinate those pieces so that the attack is successful. And I definitely think he is playing very, very, very well. Um, Maybe this was the expectation for him. This is how we expected him to perform and play, because recently his form has been, I mean, the best in South Africa. I think this year alone, he's won tournaments. And I mean, I think he turned 21. I think he's only 21 years old and already playing like the best player in the country. So we definitely have high hopes for him as a nation, as the chess federation, as chess enthusiasts, and as his friends. I think he's really doing very, very well for himself. Okay, so just gonna go through the moves. We're seeing knight b6. We're not capturing, because the idea here is that if you captured your bishop, you captured the pawn, we can recapture, um, rather get our pawn back after bishop takes a6, right? So remember, the knight just went to b6. So now bishop on d4 captures the knight on b6. We recapture our pawn, and then the queen recaptures. After the queen recaptures, then we have bishop takes a6, and we recapture our pawn. Okay, it's not really a discovered attack, but with more chances for it. So we don't really want that. We don't want to give away counterplay. So I think that's why black hasn't recaptured yet. So now we see queen g3 threatening mate, and now we see queen f1. Was that a blunder? Was that a blunder by white? Was knight b6 a blunder? Was knight b6 a blunder? Okay, what happened to my water? Was knight b6 a blunder? Because after knight b6, we see queen to g3, threatening mate, and now queen f1, defending. But now we can easily take the pawn on h3. Is this mating? Is this mating? Oh, it's not mating, because after queen takes h3, and I don't know where. Okay, still just have to be mindful of the players passing through. Yeah, definitely after queen takes h3, right? Queen f1's just been played, so after queen takes h3, then we'll possibly have a chance of playing bishop e5 and threatening checkmate on h2. But why would you allow this? The player actually in this position passed. And the players playing white, Grandmaster Amir, pass through here, and yeah, it's definitely interesting to see them pass through. Seeing how quickly they're pacing through the auditorium. They're definitely, I guess, they're not taking notice of us in the space, but They it's very interesting because normally I don't see the players when I'm doing commentary, but it's actually nice to see them and to see that if I do say, oh, a player is stressed, that they maybe are actually stressed. But was it a blunder? I really think knight b6 was a blunder because now the pawn on h3 is falling. Am I exaggerating? Am I losing my? No, it's falling, and that can definitely not be good because I mean it's almost we're close to having a mating attack. We just need one piece to join the party, and we potentially have a mate. So I definitely think it was a blunder. But okay, let's move on to the next game. We're finally back to Vanela's game, and not much has changed. I think the knights have just maneuvered a bit, but not much has changed. I mean, the position is still not really good because we don't really know. Rather, let me not say not good, but it doesn't seem like Black has a clear plan. So that leaves us in a state of being worried. We're just a bit worried about what is Black doing, how will Black handle the position. I mean, Vanille is playing against Grandmaster. Vanille is playing against FM Daniel Barish, but doesn't seem like Black has anything concrete. But what does White have? What does White have in the position? I don't think anyone is going to try to go for pawn breaks. I mean, c5, or e5. I mean, for White specifically, I don't think White can go for those pawn breaks. But I mean, what do you do as White? Do you go f4, f5? Um, like we discussed the plan for Kiala's game. We discussed that White should go f4, f5. But in this game, I don't think it's the best solution because I feel like there's too many pieces still on the board. I mean, all of the minor pieces are on the board, all of the heavy pieces are still on the board. That only traded two pawns, but in that trade, this is left Black's b7 pawn isolated. So I guess the bishop will later, sooner or later, rather will be babysitting that pawn throughout the game. But now, how do you continue? How do you continue as Black? I don't know. Maybe White will castle and bring the rook from f1 to, or rather the h1 rook, and bring it to c1 after castles, and then rook f to c1. But from there on, critical decisions need to be made in terms of the way forward for the game. Because if White still stays passive, and doesn't really initiate something, initiate an attack or initiate an onslaught on the queen side or the king side, then this game might result in a draw because Black will have um, a sufficient number of pieces to defend the attacks. So, yeah, I mean, the players have been playing for maybe close to 2 hours now, but I haven't seen a game that's been this. Well, there is a game that's actually been should be close to ending now. Um, I think it was this game. It was the Siamekela game versus Grandmaster Sahaj Grover. I think we concluded that this game is over because White's space advantage. But now, looking at it now, it seems like Black has survived the attacks. But Black is left with an isolated pawn on b6 and an one. It is isolated. The pawn on d6 is isolated, but also it's a backward pawn. So this is gonna make it very difficult for Black to get space. for particularly his knight. Um, and it's going to keep black on the offensive. So the queen will forever be babysitting the pawn on d6, as well as the rook. The rook on d8 will be babysitting the pawn. So now, how do you fix these problems? I mean, the maybe the bishop on a8 is black's best piece, but yeah, it's gonna stay stuck, or rather locked in on the squares, rather a8, b7, might go to c6, but it doesn't seem like the bishop has such a great future. But is black gonna play f5? Black can't play f5. Black definitely can't play f5 simply because that weakens his king. You don't want to make your king weaker in these positions because you're giving white more to fight for. Just let white fight for the b6 pawn and the d6 pawn and try to figure out how to capture them. If white can't figure that out, definitely white won't be able to win the game. But the problem is f5. I think white has f5. Remember the plan we discussed earlier when Vusi was still around. We discussed that discussed the plan of f2 to f4 so that we can play f5 later on to weaken black's position on the king side so that we can infiltrate. So I don't know. It seems like white is finally going for that plan now that things have calmed down in the center of the board as well as the flank, having traded a pair of rooks and having the knight on d7 for black in an awkward position. The knight doesn't really want to be there. The bishop is also in an awkward position, doesn't really want to be on a8. But what choice does the bishop have? The bishop is hoping that the pawn on e4 would somehow move, somehow trade for another pawn, maybe on f5. But trying to force that by playing f5 yourself as black would be very risky and very, very dangerous. Um, you're putting the whole game on the line. But why not? The question now is why not? Why wouldn't Gala want to put put the whole game on the line? I mean, he's playing a grandmaster. He's come a long way. He doesn't really want to play passive chess or boring chess. He's trying to fight and maybe earn a positive result in the games. So maybe f5 is a try. It's a bit unstable, but definitely why not? Why not? If you've come this far in the game, why not? Why wouldn't you try and try to create some imbalances so that you can try and exploit them and win the game? But right now, it's really not looking that great for the opponent with the black pieces. Right. So now switching over to um, Grandmaster Sham's game versus Alessandro Barotti. Okay, actually, looking at the time now, I feel like the games are starting to become close to being concluded. But what happened here? I don't remember. Oh, no. That's Christian Archer's game. I'm going to remember what the position looked like. Okay. It's the position with G takes f3. I remember now. Okay, traded that off. Yes, we were wondering if, or I remember. So we were on this position. We were wondering if knight f5 is going to be possible. Um, but yeah, it definitely was possible. If not, if it wasn't black's turn to move, so black played g6, knight f5 anyway. What do you mean? Oh no, wait. The same continuation. So this was Vusi's line. right? Vusi suggested after knight f5, we take. Rook takes, we play rook takes c6 to win the pawn on c6. But we failed to notice that after queen d7, we, we can win the bishop. We can win the bishop on b6. What a move by Grandmaster Hisham. Tactics. Ah, the bishop just tries a desperado. What? What's going on? What is going on? Players are just leaving pieces hanging left, right, and center. I guess I understand. I mean, you can definitely play knight e7 because if queen takes on e7, then we have rook e1, pinning the bishop to the queen, and then later on we'll just pick up the bishop, and yeah, we'll have our material back. So the queen takes. Oh, yeah. Oh my gosh, so many intermezzos. So now we see g6. Now we see knight f5 regardless, because the of course the pawn is pinned by the rook on g1. And now we see queen d7, and then we see rook takes c7. After rook takes c7, the bishop does a desperado and sacrifices itself. Definitely not a desperado, but just trying to pick up material while we're exchanging. So tries to pick up the pawn on e3, but then that runs into knight e7. After the queen captures, then we have queen takes d5. And this means that white is a pawn up for now. King h8, and now we see f takes e3. Now queen takes e3. But is there nothing in this position? Is there nothing? Did white make their position worse? I mean, white was doing well. So did white make their position worse? But there should definitely be a way to convert this game quicker than this. Cause wow, definitely wow. I don't know. I don't see how. Definitely don't see how. How. Hmm. Okay, let me just analyze this for a bit. So of course, for white, the bishop on b2, such a monster, putting so much pressure on the bishop on, so much pressure on the pawn on f6. Of course, because the bishop is there, the pawn is pinned to the king by the bishop. Um, we have our queen active. We have the rook on c6 active. So now, how do we bring it all together and somehow win the game and somehow convert on our advantage? That's what we talk about in chess, because now the rook on a8 is inactive, and then the knight on e8 is stuck defending the pawn on f6. Likewise, the rook on f8. So most of black's pieces are tied. I just don't know how white will take advantage of that. I really don't see how. But moving along, I guess this is our most interesting game. Keith Kumalo versus Grandmaster Amir. I don't see how does black win here? I mean, black has to avoid getting mated while trying to mate his opponent. But I guess that's just chess. I guess that is just chess. But right now, with the queen on h3 and the rook on g8, I mean, black is looking very, very dangerous. I think the worry signs have gone up from the grandmaster, and the GM definitely is going to try anything and everything to prevent the checkmate. Maybe there is nothing to fear because the queen on f1 is defending and all of the mate, which is just the g2 square. But I really wonder on the next move. Probably black will go for f5. If white doesn't play, bishop takes h6, a6. So we're really waiting for f5, I believe, to try and open that diagonal and try and complete the attack against the king. Now we see rook takes a6, but is it that enticing though? Because right now, in this moment, we can play f5. We can definitely take the rook, but where does that lead us? I think after we capture the rook bishop and then the light squared bishop recaptures, so bishop b7 captures on a6, and then the bishop on d3 recaptures on a6. Do we have enough tempos to maybe win the pawn back, or enough tempos to somehow try and mate? Because I mean, check is definitely not a mate, but I mean, the game is definitely going. It's going black's way. It's fully going black's way. So I really just wonder. Hmm, are you guys still there on Twitch? Are you guys there on Facebook? Are you guys there on Twitter? Say something. We've been currently streaming for 1 hour 27 minutes, and yeah, it's been great being here with you guys, being at the event, being at the tournament, meeting people. I've met so many faces, and I've done a couple of interviews with the players. Really hoping that one of the games would be finished now. Hey, Clive is still there on YouTube. He's still with us on YouTube. Really, I was really hoping that one of the players would be done, so that we can get a bit of feedback from them. Um, of course, there are extra chairs here. You can get a bit of feedback from them on their games, and maybe have an interview with them. I was supposedly supposed to have an interview with International Master Watu Kobese. Um, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he'll come through later on. I mean, the games are definitely gonna go on till long into the night probably. Because I mean, if we've only been streaming for 1 hour 30 minutes, I guess we still have, I don't know, 3 hours to go, because Grandmaster games are definitely that long and that draining. But also they take a lot of thought into their games. They don't just oh, okay, no, definitely. Clive has to go play a game. Clive is also participating. Rather, Kluva Matic in the comment section. He's participating in the prestige section of the Marja Chess Extravaganza. Wish him the best of luck, and of course, we wish luck to Olani Mateula, which is the Northern Cape champion. We definitely wish him luck in the prestige section. I think he won his first game, and he's playing his second one in a couple of minutes. They're gonna start with they're starting in 25 minutes, so they're gonna start the game in about 25 minutes, and that'll be round two for the prestige section. The prestige section will be going on for 7 rounds over a period of 5 days, 4 days. 4 days, I believe. They're playing 2 rounds today, 2 rounds tomorrow, 2 rounds the next day, and 1 round on the last day. so that they can give the. Normally, we have to travel back home after tournaments, so that's to give players enough time, or rather, an opportunity to travel back home, to travel to their respective jobs, to travel back to their families as well. So yeah, that's good thinking for the tournament as well. Um, from the tournament organizers as well, to give us enough time to get back to our respective homes and our respective provinces, respective countries as well. So yeah, it's been a great experience. It's been wonderful to meet up with old faces, to see old friends. I mean, Keith for one. Haven't seen him in a long, long time. It's always such a pleasure to see him around these parts. Um, well, for one part, he's actually dominated the chess in the Northern Cape for the past year and a half. Because every time he's played a tournament this side in the past year and a half, he's actually won the tournament. So his form has been so good, but it's also so good to see that he's been well, um, also because I mean, we talk, we or rather we used to talk regularly, but now it's just been a bit different, and also now, well, different because everyone is busy. Everybody's busy. Everybody's pushing life, pushing P. Um, but it's been good to see some friends. It's been good to see some rivals as well on the chessboard. I think it's a bummer, or rather, it's been a bit disappointing that we didn't see international master Watlose Providence from Botswana. We always welcome him in the Northern Cape. It's just a bummer that we couldn't see him this time. Um, I mean, he's such a good player. Also, he's such a good human being. So it's. I mean, it's like something's missing for us now that he's not here with us at this tournament. I think he participated in the Moja Chess Extravaganza in 2019, and he actually placed second or third place. He placed second place, I believe. Um, but he was on the wrong side of the highlight in that year. In that year, he played against the late Mr. Alfred Pesa, um, and Mr. Pesa actually won that game extraordinarily. Um, it was such a I don't even know where to begin or how to explain that game. I feel like somehow Mr. Pesa got blessed with I don't know, some 500 positional chess IQ from I don't know where. Um, but just saw an unusual move in the position. Queen, Queen F, Queen H5 from here. I don't understand, but okay. Yeah, so Mr. Pesa won that game. So, or I should say, or rather, Providence, International Master Providence, was on the wrong side of history in that time. And as a chess player, that's where we don't want to be. You don't want to be on the wrong side of history because every time someone plays a beautiful game of chess, it means there's someone who lost against that person who played the beautiful game. And if we're going to be talking about you for 100 years, saying that, oh wow, you played brilliantly against, I guess, let me use myself. I don't want to use other chess players. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, but you played such a brilliant game against Lizo Sikwati. The way you beat him, the way the knights came and the bishops came, the way you coordinated your pieces, the way you checkmated him in the end game with just the pawn. You don't want to be on the wrong side of history as a chess player because I'll forever remember that game or that time as me losing that game. I'll forever remember the knight in my face or the bishop checkmating me or the pawn checkmating me. I'll also remember what was at stake for me at that time, because if playing chess as a profession, you need to win in order for you to make revenue or rather to have a salary. So definitely don't want to be on the wrong side of history. Like the grandmasters that are here today, they definitely don't want to be losing games to other players or other players that are not grandmasters because they don't want to be on the wrong side of the upset, right? You want to cause an upset. You don't want to be the person who is receiving an upset. So, no, definitely now we're seeing a live feed of is that is this the game we're actually looking at? Yes, yes, it's the game we're looking at. It is Grandmaster Amir versus Keith. So yeah, Keith hasn't come down yet. So we saw Queen H5 and the response with Rook A7, just attacking the bishop on B7, trying to, I guess, reduce the pressure on the E4 pawn. But I definitely worry. I mean, what's what was Queen H5? I definitely worry. What was Queen H5? Ah, I kind of see what it was, but I don't think it's that much of a problem. I don't think Bishop B5 is that much of a problem that you had to literally play your queen to H5 to stop that. So it was kind of a, I guess, a prophylactic move to stop Bishop B5. Um, I'm sure some of you are wondering, like, prophylaxis, etc. Prophylaxis just means prevention, right? Prevention is better than cure. So prophylaxis is preventing it's doing something to prevent your opponent from doing something one or doing something um, before before you start doing something else. I don't know how to explain it. Let's try and use boxing, right? If you're trying to land a lot of shots on your opponent, right? You're boxing, you're in the boxing stance, everything is kind of going for you on paper. So you're in the boxing stance, you get closer to your opponent. Um, if your opponent is a good defender, right? So if you're gonna try a hook towards the head, not a body shot. You're gonna try a hook towards the head, and they just block. They just block your hook. But now later on, you have to try and do something that's kind of prophylactic, right? So you have to wait until your opponent tries to throw a shot, and you're gonna defend that shot. But before they can retreat, you're gonna throw in a shot. So you blocking that shot first allowed you to attack. So you had to block in order for you to attack later. So that's what I mean by something prophylactic. So now we're not trying to give our opponent play. So if the bishop gets to c5 before we play, or rather if we ignore the bishop c5 move, we might end up in a lot of trouble in our game. I mean, bishop c5, rook to d7. We're kind of in a lot of trouble very, very quickly. So rather play queen h5, stop bishop c5, and then continue with your attack on the queen on the king side. So it was a very, very good prophylactic move. I was really doubting it, but it seems like it works. But I mean that's the least of our problems here as black. I don't know how black is going to go about holding on in this position. I think we need to get our king out of there, but we don't have any tempo to play king f8, king g7. So we don't have any tempo. So now what do we do? What's our main course of action against white's advantage, I guess? So do we now play bishop c? Do we now play bishop c6? How do we go about this? Because it seems like black is in trouble, but I think black is okay. I still think black is okay. I think the only problem is the king. The black king is just a bit too vulnerable in the position. But let's see how Keith goes about justifying his moves this far, or rather justifying his intentions. Um, yeah, I just want to really look at the board. Um, mean, it seemed that did every player get a Coke? What's happening? Are we sponsored by Coke? Coke sponsored me too. But yeah, but I mean, it seems like the body language from the players, they're very calm. I think chess is not a sport like soccer, or you see the players stressed out, they're worried, or they get tired. Um, it's a chess for players, or players that have a poker face. Um, like players who play poker, you don't really show your hand. You're just trying to stay as calm as possible and keep that straight face, not to give your ideas, because of course we're always thinking about the next move. We're always thinking about the previous move as well. We're wondering if that move got us into trouble. And we're also thinking about the current position as well. So you don't want to give away any body language, or twitching an eye, or like looking at one specific spot to say that that's where I'm attacking next, or anything like that. Of course, it doesn't really help at this level to use such tricks as keeping a straight face and everything like that, because the truth is shown on the board. If you're playing well, it will show on the board. So you don't need to really hide anything. But sometimes these mind games or these tricks, they really give an edge, um, a psychological edge to the players, to the player trying to use them. But I think most of the players in this tournament are definitely mentally mentally strong, mentally fortified, rather, and they won't fall for such cheap tricks as trying to hide your next move or anything like that. I think we all have an opportunity to analyze when we're playing the game of chess. So nobody nobody really would feel out of sorts when someone is, I guess, trying to hide the fact that they have a mate in three, or they have a mate in four, or whatever. It's not a big issue at this level, because I mean, we see the board, we kind of think about what you're thinking about as well. So there's no real way of hiding what you're trying to do at this level. So that's why you'll never see players at this level acting out of sorts in terms of their body language. You might see our hands on our faces, you might see our hands on our heads, um, but it doesn't mean we're really stressed out. It just means we're trying to find solutions in terms of what's happening on the board. So mind games and tricks of those sorts, like they don't really work at an elite level. But yeah, I'm still wondering, are we sponsored by Coke? Because if we're sponsored by Coke, it's money. But yeah, it seems like there's Coke on every board. Um, Players, of course, definitely got issued notation pads. This is an elite tournament. Can't expect players to write on A4 lined pieces of paper or anything like that. They got notation pads, probably got pens as well. Sponsored by, I don't know. I don't know. Definitely, so far, don't know the sponsors of the tournament. But if it's Coke, great. Like, definitely great. Means we have more resources at our disposal to do more, to give you more viewing pleasure, and to give you more exposure, to get you more of these tournaments in the future. But right now, seeing Grandmaster Amir's body language, it seems like he's struggling to be decisive, right? As soon as you see a chess player kind of reach for a piece and reach away, right now he just took a look at Keith. I think he's starting to acknowledge Keith as a good chess player. He's starting. He's wondering. Oh, it's actually not even his move, but I think he's actually wondering what will Keith play. I think Keith has done well to get into this position so far. So I think he, on his side, is just wondering like, what will Keith move, um, and what. I mean, you can't really play. You can't really think for your opponent, right? You can think for 2 hours, an hour, days, even. What will the opponent play? Which move will they decide on? And if then you have your mind made up on this grand move that they'll decide on, then they choose something completely different. You don't want to be the player that gets caught out in that situation, because once they choose the move that's completely different, you wasted your entire time on thinking about something that will never happen in the game. So rather stick to general principles when you're thinking about your game or about what to do next when it's your opponent's turn. Think about general things. Think about like, have you coordinated your pieces well? Do you need to place your pieces on better squares? Think about, maybe is your king safe? Can you consolidate the position? Think about um, maybe how you're going to complete your attack. Do you need more pieces to come into the attack? And think of ways to get those pieces there. Um, it's not, but wait. Is the Does the attack work? Okay, I'll give my comments now. Does the attack work? I'm thinking about the move Rook C5. Okay. I mean Rook C5. Okay, Rook C5. We sacrifice the bishop on B7. But and then what? Rook C5. Rook takes B7, and then Rook to G5. That almost seems like a winning attack. But how do we make it work? How do we make it work? Hmm. Yeah, but it doesn't work after Rook G5. Then yeah, there's just Rook B8 check. Then the king moves, and then we trade a pair of rooks, and then we have insufficient material to mate. So yeah, that doesn't really work. So we need to find we need to find some sort of way to wiggle out of this. Maybe Queen H4 was the better move. I don't know. Maybe Queen H4 was the better. But I mean, Queen H5 was it's brilliant, to stop the bishop from going to C5. But it seems like I had delusions of grandeur in terms of what I thought about Keith's position. I thought it was better, but now it's proving to be worse. But for the mere fact that, for the small fact that Keith's king is definitely not safe where it is. If Keith had castled, then he would probably had better chances in this game. I think he just rushed Rook G8, but he would have definitely had better chances if he had castled. But right, um, I can't I can't see my cursor. Okay, here we go. There we go. Okay, just okay. Seems like it's just me for 2 minutes. Yeah, but so far, how are you guys enjoying the games? What's your experience with the tournament so far? Um, yeah, it seems like I am kind of cutting a bit. Um, kind of cutting a bit on my side. Yeah, and I can't see the board for now. Yeah, we're just getting that fixed. We're just getting that fixed. Um, yeah, and now you guys see me in this whole full view. You're seeing me in this whole full view, but yeah, it seems like the players that we thought were doing well aren't really doing that well. Um, but I just think I need to quickly share my screen, um, and then you guys will be able to see the board again. Yes, yeah, we're back. We're back to the live feed, and yeah, I'll be back soon. I think I'm back. Screen is back. Um, and Keith's problems are back. He's still having an issue with the bishop on b7. Now he's definitely forced to defend it, and this slows down his attack on the king because there's just no way he's going to be able to checkmate the king without that bishop, man. Without that rook, or rather without the rook that's on b8. It's not really going to be easy to figure that out. But I wonder, how does it go about it? How will he swindle his way out of this position? Okay, next time on Dragon Ball Z, we'll see how he swindled himself out of it. But back to, let's see, we haven't seen Vanilla's game in a minute, and it seems like his problems are not going away either. We've seen two players play this opening. We've seen them both go into problems. So yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy. Chess is generally just not easy. But to have these additional problems within the game, it's very stressful. It doesn't become fun, and it seems like we're close to the end. We're close to the end of Vanilla's game, mainly because we've just seen f4, f5. Sorry, we've just seen f5 being played, and now we can't recapture the g pawn. If we take with the g pawn, then that means the knight on h5 is hanging, and we can take it with the rook on h1. So this is the dilemma. This is the drama. I don't know how Vanilla fell into the idea that it was okay to kind of fight on the king side while his king is there. Um, but it's looking pretty bad. It's not good at all. Um, his queen is still stuck at the back. His pieces are not well coordinated. I think Daniel Barrett done a very good job in containing Vanillas play so far in the game. And I mean, what else do we expect from the SA champion? Um, I think he's only he's also only 21. And as SA champion, he's actually showing that his mindset is different compared to his fellow countrymen. I mean, yes, Keith is 21. I think Vanel is turning 20 this year, but Daniel Barish being of the same age group as these players is kind of displaying a kind of maturity in his game. Um, I mean, yes, all three of them are talented. Vanilla Mahangu, Daniel Barish, and Keith Kumalo. All three of them are talented, but the way they think about the game is so different. I think we have a balanced player in terms of uh, Daniel Barish, very balanced. Can go on the offensive, can go on the defensive. Solid player. Um, we have a player like Keith, definitely a outside of the box thinking player, but very strong positionally. And then we have Vanele, who's just a phenomenon. Honestly, one of the most solid players in the country. Um, but also one of the. I mean, he's you really don't know. You really don't know if you're gonna have a tactical onslaught from him or a positional onslaught. But he's very good. But I think Daniel, I mean, he's just about good on each part of the game. Keith is very gifted positionally, and when he does get tactics, I mean, it's over for him. But Banner is generally a very aggressive player, so to see him being tamed like this with within a game is very it's concerning, but it's very impressive from Daniel Barish. Very impressive. Um, and now at this point, I think the game is probably almost over. I mean, we're going to take the knight on h5, recapture, rook takes on h5. Does the rook take? Yeah, rook takes on h5, and I mean it's close to the end. It's close to the end for black. Yeah, definitely close to the end for black. But I mean, pardon my silence, but I'm just thinking of how black can get out of this. Definitely not seeing a way. Um, I think black might resign. Black might resign in the next move or two, or not. I mean, you fight till the end, right? Okay. Well, let's take a look back to Christian Archer's game, which is still going on, still going strong. Um, I think my screen just needs to be put live. All right. Yeah, the game. I guess the game the game looks how it looks. In terms of, I mean, we looked at the game earlier. We thought Christian had decent chances, and it seems like he really does. Generally, if you have an outside pass pawn and your level on material, you're most likely to get a draw as the defending player. Um, but I don't know. I'm not seeing tactics. I'm not seeing, well, good tactics. So I wonder how Christian will go about this game. Really wonder how he will go about this game. Hmm. Okay, let's just try to analyze it. Let's just try to analyze it. I think Christian is definitely trying to defend, but it seems like it's worked out for him. I mean, we left the game when he played bishop to f6. Yeah, we left the game after bishop f6, so a lot has definitely happened. So we saw bishop f6 after bishop e6, which I thought would be, I mean, crushing. But h6, bishop takes g. Ah, he gave up, but which is good. Ah, so this is what happened. Definitely not bad. I mean, it's not that he took this game this way. Hmm. Gone for the plan of e3. Yeah, but yeah, e3. By point e3 might be a thing, but for now, I guess black has to seriously defend against the passed pawns on the queen side. But how much further can those passed pawns be pushed? Side, I really wonder. Not much further, right? Maybe a bit further. Maybe just a bit further, but this looks crushing. This looks crushing. I think we're close to the end of the game. Because if we can't make e3 work, and if we couldn't make it work on the previous move, the move where I feel like we were supposed to play it, then it's kind of difficult. Becomes difficult for black, because now you might not have enough tempo to stop the pawn going to b6 and further. Hmm. Is this the moment we play b3? We play e3. So g3 being played. Is this the moment? I think I'm struggling a bit to understand what both players are trying to achieve. But e3 now. But I really wish the I mean black's rooks were closer. Rather, I wish they were on either the last rank or the second rank, so that they can cause a bit more problems for the white king. Right now, I'm not seeing how black will overcome this challenge. Probably g5 now. G5, is g5 a good move now? Not sure. G5, I think, and then we'll see where the game ends up. Let's go back to Gala's game against Grandmaster Sarge Grover, and I mean, as expected, now White is up a pawn, but under a bit of an attack, just a small attack, nothing major, just a small attack, nothing major, but it seems like Gala has the advantage. After bishop f1, what? What? You really can't just think that you understand the mind of a chess player. Um, yeah, you definitely really can't. And Gala's really low on time. I mean, h5 for me looked winning. Um, h5 definitely looked winning for me, or some kind. I mean, even this could have been prevented with just rook c3. But it seems like he's blundering. He's blundering the game. Yep, yep. He went on ahead and blundered the game. But did he have tempo to play h5, h4, h3? But yeah, definitely these last few moves not good. And actually, there we have it. We have our first decisive result um, on the board of Grandmaster Saj Grover and Kela. Grandmaster Saj Grover picking up the point and moving on. Well, it's not like you're knocked out, it's more like a league duration. But moving on to the next round with a point in hand. And yeah, I mean, I didn't think from the beginning. Vusi and I predicted that White would win this game, and White has actually won this game. Um, the feeling we had after the opening was that, well, there's no way Black could win this game because of the overwhelming space advantage for White. And it proved to be true. It proved to be true in the end. Grandmaster Saj Grover brilliantly converted the game and picked up the point. Definitely not an easy thing to do, even though you have most of the advantage throughout the entire game. But he did well for himself. He definitely did well for himself. But yeah, well done to Grandmaster Grover for picking up the first point of the Modern Chess Extravaganza GM and IM Norm section. And best of luck to him in pursuing the grand prize of I forgot 40 something thousand. But yeah, good luck. Good luck to him in his games. I don't know if we're going players and to for them to just talk through their game. But I'd really like to know what is the feeling of the players in the opening. I mean, I actually even want to walk through what how they got to this position. Definitely not easy to convert. I mean, I don't know how I would have done it. But this was our initial position when Fusi and I left the game. And okay, we saw the trade, saw the knight back. Okay, oh, this is how. But we definitely predicted f2 to f4 being a key, a key to unlocking this position. The bishop on e2 is severely underrated, but it's controlling so many I feel like important squares defensively. I mean, the knight could easily have decided to go to f6 and then jump into g4, but the bishop is restricting the knight um, for the most part. So definitely underrated. But okay, this is how they got there. Trading queens. Oh, okay. I see. I see. But definitely the feel in the opening for me was definitely wrong. I mean, it was hard to develop your pieces for black. Um, Maybe it's a position you just need to sit there and you need to try to draw, but definitely zero winning chances for black in that position. So I don't know. Maybe if the players would like, they could just give us a feel of what they were thinking during their game. Just just a feel. But okay, we're happy to have seen a result in the first round of the tournament, because normally in high level tournaments we see a lot of draws, right? Players are drawing left, right, and center because you don't want to make mistakes, you want to take risks in order to win a game. So I guess it's a very good thing that we're seeing results early on in the tournaments. That means more viewing pleasure for us, more entertainment. You don't always want to see, like, in our country now we have Kaiser Chiefs, Orlando Pirates. In recent, rather not in recent years, in in the past, rather they would always draw their games 0-0, 1-1. Um, it's never not 0-0 or 1-1. But in recent years, it's either Pirates beating Chiefs or Chiefs beating Pirates. But I think in the past 2 years, Chiefs has been winning. But anyway, I'm not a Chiefs fan. Um, yeah, not a Chiefs fan. But all I'm saying is, it's very entertaining to see players fight it out and try to win. Because on our side, we actually get to see how hard the players are working, and that gives us viewing pleasure. I mean, a player finding a brilliant move, a player getting out of a difficult situation. We applaud such things because they give us viewing pleasure. But well done to Grandmaster Sash Grover from India. Yeah, good luck to him in the games to come. Moving on to the next game. Oh, wow. This game ended as well. White winning again. Grandmaster Hisham, too many tactics on the board. Um, yeah, yeah, he was finding each and every one of them. We left the game with a check. Queen takes on d5. I think we left the game after the queen took on e3. And then we see rook c1. We saw rook c1. Why? Why rook c1? What is this? Oh, blunder. Oh, that's sad. So he blundered the pawn on f6. Or he gave it away for free. We don't know, but I'd like to believe that he blundered it. Yup. Oh man. Oh, nowhere to go for the knight. The knight has been trapped, and the game is over. Not the ending I would have preferred. Not the ending really we would have liked. I mean, he's been fighting well. He tried. I mean, he tried, but definitely didn't see the tactics. I mean, he lost the pawn on c6 for free. Now he lost the pawn on f6 for free as well. Um, yeah, maybe just a bit of rust. I mean, I haven't seen Alessandro play maybe in the past 4 years. I haven't seen him play since 2018. So was very surprising to see him in this tournament. But that doesn't mean it's surprising in the worst way. But it seems like. seems like it should have been. He could have definitely played better. Um, could have definitely tried to figure out the position, but he left himself in very hard positions to play. I mean, for the most part, only White was pressing. He didn't give himself time to actually to actually even feel the game. I mean, he's been suffering since the beginning, the beginning of the game. Yeah, it seems like Kian Grover did finish his game. He just walked past us now. Um, Now moving on to Keith's game. Yeah, foresee that the Grandmaster is gonna draw this game, and that won't be pleasant. He traveled all the way from England to come to South Africa, let alone the Northern Cape, let alone Kimberley, to come and draw the game. I mean, I'm sure he's definitely surprised at the level of the players. They're playing far better than expected. I mean, South Africa is actually not one of the top countries in terms of chess. We're probably one of the lowest. Probably maybe bottom 20, bottom 30. But when you play against South African players, you're shocked and or surprised that their level is actually that high. So the players, our players, we're actually great chess enthusiasts. We really do love chess. We really do work hard at our chess. It's just that we don't get enough exposure in our country or even abroad. So that makes that makes our ratings look low, but in actual fact, the level we play at is very high. I mean, Christian has been a 1900 player for the past maybe 8 years, but he's been playing very strong, maybe close to a 2500 player even, because he's been playing that well. Every time he does play, it's always so interesting. It's always so exciting. It's interesting to see him find these types of positions where he can draw, but he has some chance of winning. You know, he's never in positions where he's clearly losing. So it's amazing to see how he goes about the game, his games. You know, actually, I met Christian just before the game, and he told me that he didn't even look at the pairing. He didn't even look at who he's going to play the following day. The pairing came out yesterday around 5 o'clock. He didn't even look, and he only found out that he's playing against Grandmaster Nigel Short in the morning. Imagine, you find out you're playing against the strongest player in the tournament in the morning, with no time to prepare for the opponent, with no time to look at the engine, with no time to consult your friends. Oh, what should I play? Should I play this? With no time to consult anyone. And he's found himself in a position where he could actually draw. And we're seeing that it's a problem for Grandmaster Niall Short because his time is going low. He only has 2 minutes left on the clock, and probably trying to figure out how can I not draw this game. And I think the other question he's asking himself is like, well, why didn't I play riskier chess, riskier openings, so that he can have winning chances? But right now, it doesn't seem like he has winning chances. It doesn't seem like he has winning chances at all. It seems like this game will draw, and um, I don't know if he's that sensible to offer the draw right now or what. But his time is going very low, and I think whatever happens with this game, whether Christian loses it, whether he draws it, whether he wins it, I think we have to give him his props and say, well done. Well done. He's pushed a 2600 Grandmaster to this point. I mean, it's extraordinary because the rating difference is so wide, so wide. So we'll see how this game unfolds. I really don't wanna wanna change games or change boards, because I mean the Grandmaster's time is on like 50 seconds, 49 now, and it's only going lower. I think he's really stressed. He's really worried that, I mean, why is he drawing this game when he's obviously the better player? But chess is not about who's the better player on paper. It's not about who's the better player in England currently right now. It's about who's playing well on the board. And Christian has played very well. Definitely, Christian doesn't have the better position, but he doesn't have a losing position, which is very important. So, I mean, what to do? What to do as. Oh, wait. Isn't there knight d6? Knight d6. Maybe knight d6 is the continuation. But okay, the clock definitely can't be right. Um, the clock can't have zeroed out for the Grandmaster. He, he surely has played a move. But okay, I'm gonna switch over to this game. This game is also clock timed out. Um, I think there's a problem. Um, Maybe if we can get a live feed on one of the boards just to see are they continuing. Vanele and Daniel are still playing, definitely still playing. Um, yeah, but their clocks say that they've zeroed out. The clocks say that they're timed out, but that can't be possible. That can't be possible. I think the boards are glitching. On the technical side, I think they're definitely glitching in the auditorium. Um, yeah, definitely. There's nothing we can do about that now. Um, there's definitely nothing we can do about that now. But it's definitely weird that yeah, it's definitely weird that they've kind of timed out. Switching back to Christian's game, yeah, it's definitely weird that they've timed out. Um, really don't know. Maybe if I don't know. I don't know. No, I really want to give you guys the feed, but there's no way we'll be able to see the boards when we have this kind of problem because it's not on our side. It's not our problem really. It's just that within the auditorium we can't do anything about their wiring and the cables. But it seems like the games are still ongoing. But I'm still gonna stay on that point that Christian will draw his game, and then on the point that Daniel's game is a bit difficult, but he should have won it, or rather he should win it, but he might not. We also experience some trauma within chess. If you lose a specific game in a bad way or something like that, it's very hard to recover. You might lose a game in a similar fashion, just for the mere fact that you haven't worked through or gotten over the fact that you lost it previously in that way. So yeah, um, the players are still playing. Um, yeah, I don't know. Maybe we can somehow ask for aerial shot. Maybe it's possible. Um, Maybe it's possible to get a shot over the boards so that we can see the board, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it will be allowed in the auditorium. But yeah, I definitely think Christian's gonna draw his game, and I think Daniel should win his game. But if not, we kind of understand because he lost it this way last time with an exchange down, with a one position as well. So yeah, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. We still haven't gotten an interview from one of the players on their game, um, but hopefully we get one today. Um, yeah, I'm just gonna. What I generally think is happening or happened in the games. I mean, after d5, probably g takes g takes f6, g takes e6, but I don't know. I don't know what's the continuation to try and win the game. I don't know. But it seems like Daniel is playing his moves hot and fast. So I think he has a clear plan, and I think he's probably winning. I think his attack is probably working by now. But yeah, definitely wasn't easy. Definitely wasn't easy. Hmm. Okay, we're not seeing signs of resignation. Probably seeing signs of maybe a bit of fatigue. The players are so stiff and still, but we don't know. We don't know who's winning or not because um, our connection is kind of lost from the inside. Okay, it looks like. Wait, what does that look like? It almost looked like queens were being traded off, or rather, G takes G, F takes E6. I don't really know. I'm so far from the board. I can't really see it. I can't really see it. Yeah, but it definitely seemed like Daniel was on the offensive. I don't know how he's. Well, I can't see much of anything of how he's going to try and win the game. Um, our boards are frozen stiff, so I can't really see how. But it seems like he's attacking. It seems like he's trying to win. Um, but I don't know how. I don't know how. But yeah, this is still the previous position. Um, I think somewhere somehow one of the clocks just malfunctioned. But I don't know if I had to predict the attack. Um, all right, I think Keith is going to be joining us here. and just describing to us a few things about his game. Whether he regrets castling or not, I don't know. I don't know, but I think that's probably the only regret within the game. But yeah, he'll be joining us now, um, just to chat to us about the game. So how are you doing?
Good, good. How's it going?
Yeah, it's alright, man. Yeah,
Is it working, this mic?
yeah, it's on. It's working. Yeah. So just just talk to us. What was going on?
Yeah, I think I played well here.
I think you
Uh,
did
I
well.
I like my opening. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Uh,
also liked it. So liked it.
I
Everything.
was happy here.
I was. We were also happy. Like I think
Yeah, I think
from
after
this
Bishop.
point,
Yeah.
I was like, it's you're doing very well.
No,
You're
no, I'm still
better.
better here because
Yeah,
it pretty much cannot play really here. Because
yeah.
first of all, it's offering me a pawn on c3 after Bishop takes and Rook takes. I'm not sure how good that is, but I think it's
Yeah,
a worth a try. I think he was gonna play Queen B2 at some point because he's gonna take F6 and
yeah,
I take C3 as well.
yeah.
But yeah, H6
H6, you
takes.
liked H6. I didn't like the fact that he took
Yeah,
on
I don't think he
F6.
was supposed to take. But
Yeah,
also, if he doesn't take, I had Bishop E5 idea.
Bishop E5.
With the idea of trapping his bishop with G5.
Yeah, 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 yeah. It's
I think I still have a much better position here.
yeah. So now you
Okay, he
take,
takes.
take
A4. Yeah, I'm
for
not sure if A4 was good there for
for him.
white. Yeah.
I think it was fine.
Okay, look. Okay, before
Yeah, the problem now is where does the knight go?
it has to
But
go
then
A5.
then you found the
Yeah, that's more
intermezzo.
active. Queen D6.
But why Queen D6 out of all the other moves?
I think
Because
there's so many tactics here, like bishop taking on A6 as well.
yeah, yeah. But I was seeing
Um,
that, but I don't know. I thought maybe Queen C7. Um, yeah, because I don't know. I just got
like stuff like bishop B5 check, and if you take knight takes B5.
yeah, but
I think there was a lot of tactics there.
yeah, but maybe it does get tricky if he gets a rook on C1 in those
Yeah, yeah.
positions.
Also, that after Queen C7, Knight A4, then a
Yeah,
rook on C1, something like
yeah,
that.
yeah,
But maybe Queen C7 is also something there.
yeah.
I don't know.
But I thought Queen D6 was a good move
Yeah,
after, of course, Rook
yeah. Rook
G.
J, good idea. Queen G3.
Yeah, but I thought Castle. I
No, no,
thought
no, no. Castling. No, no. I think this is fine. The only thing is,
Castle
I got
here.
impatient and Queen G3 looked nice, but
Yeah, no,
I rushed it
I
kind
also
of.
saw that it looks nice, but it started looking like it's not working. The attack is fading away
Yeah,
and
yeah.
everything.
Because like King H1, I give him tempo there,
Yeah,
but I think Rook G8 is fine because that was the whole point of Queen D6 to go
yeah,
Queen G3.
yeah. All
Mm,
right, we'll see. And
and
then
then yeah, here like I don't have to rush anything here. Possibly Rook D8 is fine, or Rook C5 with the idea Rook G5 here.
yeah.
I don't know. I
Any
think I rushed the position here.
any thoughts of sacrifices here? No,
On
nothing,
G2,
nothing working.
no, no, I don't think any sacrifice right now. I think Rook D8 was just fine,
Rook
if not Rook
D8,
C5.
Rook D8 now.
Yeah, Rook D8 or Rook C5.
But I mean, you can still play it after.
No, because now you know what the idea was here was Queen H3, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Knight C8 and then Bishop E5. I might have a mate
yeah,
on H2, but the
yeah,
problem is Bishop B5 check.
yeah. I kind of noticed that because now you're king.
Yeah,
Ish.
if only my king was an F8 here, I would be
Yeah.
happier.
Mhm.
But
But was it impossible to get it on F8?
oof, right now, no, I think before Queen G3, Rook D8. Let's say Rook D8 or Rook C5. Just one move back,
Yeah.
back again. Rook
So
C5 here.
Rook C5, yeah. Yeah, Rook C5 is probably working. Probably definitely. Well, not working, but definitely
Mm,
better.
yeah,
It allows for the attack
ah,
now.
actually Rook C5 was fine.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
because you can now, because you needed Rook C5 later on to try and double the rooks on the G file.
Yeah, because knight c4 still got queen g3.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, it looked like it. Because for me here, I was like,
Ish.
something, there's something, just a couple, a move, two moves
Yeah,
missing
there
for
should
it
be
to be
something. Mhm,
a
yeah,
real
like
mating net.
one or two moves.
Yeah, but I was struggling to find the move. But now that you mentioned rook
No, I
d5,
saw rook c5 after I played queen g3.
yeah,
I thought queen g3 is more forcing, but it loses tempo actually. Yeah.
yeah,
Oof, rook c5, rook g5 is just nice. Yeah.
yeah. Queen f. I just, yeah, I couldn't understand the trade, but I understand now. And then now queen takes on h3.
Yeah. Oops.
Then after rook takes, um, yeah, I think you spotted a good move with.
Also, queen h5. I don't know here if it's
I,
really good.
I was thinking maybe queen h4.
I think queen h4 too. Then I can try rook g5, rook h4, but
Yeah,
it's just slow. I mean, rook g5, rook h5.
yeah, but everything is slow.
Yeah, everything is slow now. No, I think I rushed the position there with queen
Yeah,
g3.
I think this was the critical position just
Yeah,
after rook c5.
oof, rook c5.
Did the thing just change itself?
Yeah, I guess it's
Change
just changing
itself.
itself right now.
But this game, man, uh,
Hmm.
this
No, white
game,
is
I don't know
doing
what
it.
happened here, man. I didn't see the rest of the moves.
Yeah, but
It
white is
glitched
doing it. The same game should be winning.
with the one pawn on the flank.
Because the king can easily get there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's something I actually mentioned before you came. That the biggest problem is the king. White's king is going to become more active than black's king.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but yeah, I think you were playing well, man. You were playing very, very well.
Yeah, no, I tried there. I
I
tried.
thought somehow you could clinch the win, but yeah,
Yeah,
just that miscalculation.
yeah, maybe if I send rook c5 as well.
Yeah, but
But
yeah,
Daniel is playing an interesting game, man.
he's
It's,
still playing.
yeah.
Daniel's attack is not coming.
I think Black actually has the attack there. What was the last position? 95 was the last move I saw.
Mhm.
95, then f5, f4.
Yeah, the board's cut on us there, so it was stuck.
Why does it say white one here?
No, it doesn't say anything. No
I look.
result.
Oh,
Yeah, so this is where it left us.
oh,
This is where I left it. Um, yeah, White. Yeah, but White could have put the game away earlier,
yeah, yeah, I
but I
think
don't
so.
know. I
But I
don't
think
know
he
what he
played
went for.
96. Yeah, 96, rook d6, c d6, queen d6. And then
Yeah,
he took on f takes e6, bishop takes, and played
yeah,
queen f4. I didn't understand that move.
yeah.
Yeah, I think the
But I
ratio isn't
don't.
so accurate.
All I said was, honestly, I don't understand how he even got here, because now it's too many problems.
Yeah,
And you can't even easily meet the guy.
there's just much.
And the guy is just coming.
Mhm.
Now he's coming. Now what? Now what do you do?
I'm not sure if 96. Okay, okay, maybe you have to take it. I don't know. Because 96 is okay, 3 maybe.
Yeah, but 96 is dangerous, man. You can even sack for the f pawn there, for the f7 pawn. It's it's
Yeah, but
problematic.
it's not so easy. Actually, I should go check that
Yeah, no, you can go check it out. I'm stuck here.
thing. Thanks, thanks.
All right. Thank you for the analysis. Yeah, so definitely interesting games having been played. In the first round of the tournament. I think it's definitely going to be difficult going forward. I mean, players that lost these games have made just I mean, I don't know. They've made obvious mistakes. Actually, they haven't made nuanced mistakes. So going forward, I think it's going to be much more difficult for the players, um, for the strong players as well as the players that are the underdogs in the tournament. It might be very very difficult now because players are going to start tightening up their chess. They want to start remembering key components that you need to win a game of chess and that you need to defend well in a game of chess. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the players then go on to play it out. Um, But I guess all the attention now is on the Daniel Barish game against Vanilla Mahangu. Our feed is still not coming through on the board, but the players have been duking it out. But it's definitely very surprising that Daniel hasn't won the game yet. Um, very surprising, and we really hope he doesn't fall victim to what happened to him at the African individuals. Um, but yeah, so far the tournament very interesting. It hasn't let us down in that aspect, and we'll really wait for the last decisive result. Seems like all of the results so far. Let me show you. Seems like all of the results so far, all the results so far have gone to the grandmasters. Each and every grandmaster has won their game, so we haven't seen an upset so far. Um, and we're just waiting on the last game: South African versus South African. The South African closed chess champion, and I guess the current South African under 23 chess champion. So we'll see. We'll see how this game plays out, or rather, we'll hear about how it plays out. Um, uh, yeah, right now, some players already coming out of their games. Yeah, I think I would like to ask Grandmaster Nigel Short a few questions about his game, but I don't really know if he has the time. Um, yeah, we actually just want to know how the game ended. That's all since the feed cut. So we just want to know how the game ended. So I really wonder if you'll come through and just yeah, tell us how the game ended. But I wonder where the rest of the players went, because I haven't seen that many players leave the auditorium. Just only a few. So I wonder where where the players are. Are they scared of getting interviewed by me? Or maybe they just don't want to relive their mistakes. That's the thing, right? In your own life, you don't want to keep seeing your mistakes. So maybe they're trying to avoid that and trying to stay in a positive mind frame for the rest of the tournament. Um, but so far, so good on the entertainment side of the tournament, but not so good on the result side for our local players. But hopefully, we'll see a much better improvement, a better preparation. I mean, most of the players have been traveling. Um, they've been traveling yesterday, so they might be tired. Jet lag, or rather, if they weren't on planes, car lag. I don't know, bus lag. But I think they showed out. They've definitely showed their qualities, but just a few improvements needed for them to clinch victories or to clinch draws. I mean, it's also frustrating for a grandmaster to draw a game against a lower rated opponent. So players have been doing well. They've done decently well for themselves. So we'll see how the tournament goes on further for them. Yeah, we're just sitting here wondering what's happening in the last game. We're really wondering, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Daniel leaving the board. Normally, this is a sign of a think for a chess player when they up and leave the board, um, or rather, it's a sign of panic sometimes because they can't really comprehend what's happening in the game, and they're just trying to figure it out. But sometimes it's a sign that of confidence that they're winning, actually winning the game. Now they're flaunting around, walking around, and all of that. But I don't think it's that. I think this time it's definitely a sign of I think. on how to actually convert the game. So we'll see how everything plays out. We've been streaming for 2 hours and 54 minutes, and it's been a great pleasure to be with you all. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Moja Chess Extravaganza 2022. We have both, or rather the most scrutinized sections, which is the prestige section and the GM and IMM section. We have a list of phenomenal players in each section, and we have our very own international master Daniel Quadri participating in the prestige section, and international master Rodwell Makoto from Zimbabwe. Daniel Quadri is from South Africa, and Daniel has been South African close champion. I don't know how many times. And right now we're having Christian Acho joining us in the stream just to give us a talk about what happened in this game. Because we really wonder. Christian, how are you, man?
Good at yourself, man.
What's happening? What happened? From this point on, this is what we want to know. Because you did very well to get this far. The end game is, I think, very hard to draw. We don't know if it's possible to draw because the biggest problem I saw and that Keith saw is that your king, would be less active in the end game, and I feel like it's the decisive factor in this type of end game. So,
Yeah, but I think there was a way to put up resistance. I mean, I had to trade.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the pressure would just be crazy.
Yeah.
In fact, in one of the positions, like just before,
Yeah.
instead of FEG, F, I should have played F takes G6.
Yeah. Yeah.
F takes G3. FG3, Bishop C3.
Because it
That's
because it kind of leaves your one, it leaves your pawn out of danger for now,
yes.
and then also you get a move.
And I win a pawn. Now I win. No, actually, after F takes
Yeah.
G3, you can't actually take back with the F pawn.
Why?
Because after Bishop C3, my Bishop defends the queening square. So if Rook D1,
but
then
he's gonna
push.
play Rook E2.
No,
right?
but then now the Bishop D4 check.
Then you
see.
win the Rook.
This is something we were actually discussing now, and that's one. So he said that he wouldn't have taken the pawn; he would just play his king or whatever, and I would have just won a pawn.
Yeah,
And,
and that probably could draw the game. Maybe
I mean, white
win.
is slightly equal, but
yeah.
you know, and even in like in the last position, or not
Yeah.
the last position, like when into the rook ending,
Yeah.
I shouldn't have put my rook behind the pass pawn. Like after we traded everything.
Yeah.
So I should have just kept it on. I should have dropped it back to b8 and then
Yeah.
just kept on checking the king.
Yeah.
And I think it's difficult. I mean, if he tries to get his rook involved, then my king can find the square.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, we
you
were just
know,
really wondering how your game ended. I mean, our
Yeah.
feed cut and it left us on this position.
Yeah.
I thought you could have had drawing chances even from here, but
so
very difficult.
b6, bishop d4. I think that's what happened, and then we traded. There was mass trades. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
And
then you get into an end game with what? A rook endgame.
Rook endgame. Yeah. So b6, bishop d4, played rook c7, bishop b6, rook b.
Yeah, but very
Yeah.
difficult because the king is
Yeah.
close. His king is closer to the action than yours.
And my king is cut off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
After rook e3, it's very good move.
Yeah, so it almost turns into a philidor if all of the pieces are traded off. But now your king is out of it.
And my king is
Yeah. But you played well. You played well to get to this point. You actually played well to get to this point. From this point I thought you had a lot. Like here, you definitely have a lot.
Yeah. But even in the previous position, like if you go back even before,
Mhm.
yeah, like yes, okay, b5, pawn takes,
Yeah.
yeah, rook b,
Yeah.
yes, he defends. Okay, now then I attack.
with my other rook. No,
Oh,
no, I
so
think
you
that was
wanted,
what I should have done. Was play rook a b8, and
yeah,
if he defends, then bishop e7. What I
yeah,
missed was that he played rook c7. I played back,
yeah,
but what I missed was after knight e5. In my mind, I automatically had bishop e5, but I wasn't supposed to play bishop e5 because
yeah,
after bishop e5, rook e5, I take the pawn, then he doubles on the
yeah,
seventh. So what
yeah,
I was supposed to do was not actually take the knight. I should just grab the b pawn, and I don't know. I don't see me. I mean,
yeah.
it'll be very hard for me to lose this
To lose
position.
that, yeah,
I mean, I'd have to play very indifferently,
yeah,
and you know,
yeah.
I
But
mean, it's
it
possible,
definitely
but
looked even. I mean, from here, and since when the pawns just got doubled,
hmm
I thought this game is very hard to lose. It
but
should be very
it should be
difficult to
doing,
lose. Even harder to win, but very difficult to
yes,
lose.
yes, yes, indeed, yeah,
So I didn't think you'd fall into those types of positional mistakes. Rather, it's like just those
yeah,
small nuances. I didn't think you'd fall for those types of mistakes. I thought it would be something else, a blunder,
like a tactical,
fatigue. You've been traveling, you haven't
tactical
played
mishap.
chess for a long time. I thought it would
Yeah,
be those things, not something like obvious.
but I think with the time controls, you have time to just work out the tactics and
Yeah,
not really make any major blunders.
yeah,
I think the only thing you can really do is strategical
yeah,
mistakes. So,
yeah.
but he's a grandmaster. He played,
But you
and even
played.
in the final, even in like the rook ending, like the
Yeah,
rook b8, he told me after rook b8. I mean, it's hard. In
yeah,
fact, it had crossed my mind, but I wasn't convinced that was an adequate defense. He looked very passive to me, so I didn't really.
yeah,
I thought if I got behind the pass pawn, I could create some complications, but it's time for complications. I shouldn't
yeah,
have done that. I should just drop the rook and just hold,
yeah,
passively. Make him try to push, and then I can
yeah.
try to create
But you
complications on
played
the king
well
side.
because he wasn't trying to create complications. I mean, if you look at the game, he was really taking his time. I mean, from here, okay, did you see Bishop A6
I did.
in analysis?
Yeah, when I saw Bishop in my a6
I
in
didn't
my
see
mind.
Bishop A6.
Yeah,
Strong
I
move
expected Bishop a6. B3 was, I like B3. I thought Bishop B3 was actually harder to find
for him.
for him.
I thought B3 is actually easy. You're just trying to restrict the knight. That's about it.
Uh,
But the idea that you're trying to actually stop the trades of rooks is like it's messed up.
oh,
Man.
I wasn't even planning on trading books. Honestly, this position. I think my
I was
idea was
like,
to just have this formation with like h3, h6 rather,
yeah,
h6, then bishop e3
yeah,
with the white, you
yeah,
know, white bishop, and then try to play my knight d5 and then
yeah,
challenge these other rook on the d5. But
yeah,
after I think, but that takes a lot of moves. Of course, he still has to play.
yeah.
And,
I definitely thought the trade of rooks would make the game much simpler to calculate. At least one pair of rooks on the c file would have
yeah.
made it easier to calculate. But yeah, I guess you spotted that when you were like, okay, after your knight gets restricted, also becomes another story.
It
But
becomes very
but
tough.
my problem is that he restricts the knight and then he proceeds to capture the knight.
Yeah,
It's almost like
I thought rook d6 was in this position. I was very afraid of rook d6, not
yeah,
bishop b3. Bishop b6, I don't know.
because I mean, could have captured the knight now.
So instead of capturing, no, I think d6 just more pressure, because with rook d6 he's threatening to win a pawn actually. Like
Oh, you're talking about him playing d6.
rook d6,
Yeah, yeah,
yes.
yeah,
So
yeah,
after
yeah, yeah,
b3 h6 rook d6,
yeah.
I thought d6 I was afraid
I
of
thought
d6.
rook d7, or rook c7. Sorry,
Rook c7,
I
I
thought
wasn't
about
really afraid
that.
of rook c7 honestly, because after rook c7,
Mhm.
bishop e6 with tempo on a2. So I think after b6, after b3, restricting the
Uh,
knight with possible a4,
yeah,
a5 ideas. I thought that
yeah,
was good. But anyway, rook c7, bishop e6. I thought, okay, the rook is very active, but I have played too, like now knight d5 would
yeah,
attack his rook and his bishop.
yeah,
And I really like those complications. I thought those complications would be in my favor.
yeah.
So I
But
I wasn't really. I didn't think he played Book C7.
Yeah.
I was
But,
hoping he would,
it didn't seem like it.
but
Yeah, I didn't think you'd lose, honestly. The position looks too dry to lose. But
Oh.
also, maybe because it's too dry, that's the problem. That's the problem.
yeah,
Yeah.
it was
But
a
yeah,
good game.
good luck. Good luck on the rest of your games.
Thank you, thank you.
Hopefully, you'll get a result against one of the grandmasters.
Yeah, so GM Short was my first Grandmaster
Yeah.
ever
And you
played.
played well.
So
And you played well. I
yeah, I
remember a
could
time
have.
when you were like, "When will you get a chance to play grandmaster?" Here you are.
So yeah, that's what I'm here for, man. That's
Yeah.
what I'm here for.
Yeah. No, but well done.
Thanks, man.
We'll
Thanks.
catch you in your other games.
Hopefully.
Yeah, sure, sure.
Cheers, man. Cheers, cheers, cheers.
All right, we're still waiting for Feeder Master Daniel Barish and Feeder Master Vanilla Mahangu's game to end. Our feed is still cut, so we're only going to find out about their game once they come out of the auditorium. But so far, I don't think the game will ever be lost. Hmm. And I also don't fully know about the time control. I know it's 90 plus 30. Do the players get an extra 30 minutes after move 40? Probably, possibly. Um, it is a GM and IMNOM section, so possibly. And we've been streaming for 3 hours now. Thank you so much for everybody who's stuck around for the stream. And I hope you're enjoying the tournament so far. Hope you're enjoying the Moja Chess Extravaganza so far. And hopefully, this time next year, you'll be participating and not watching from home. I mean, it's a great opportunity to one play against grandmasters and or two win the prestige section and become the Moja Chess Open champion. So it's a great honor. So why not? If you can, why not, guys? Life is just a bit too short. So take the opportunities you have now. Don't just sit there at home. Try and participate. Get involved in the game of chess, whether it's coaching, whether it's commentary. Get involved. Get involved in the game, whether it's as a player, whether it's on the administrative side. Get involved. Try and help the game of chess. We're trying to give these opportunities to more and more players. So sharpen your skills. If you want to play in the GM IM Norm section, help with the administration so that we can get through the game is still going on. Four of our five boards are done, and the grandmasters have clinched the results. So we're just waiting for the final game to conclude, for Banele Mahangu and FM Daniel Barish. So we're just waiting for that game to conclude, but it definitely does seem like Daniel Barish will clinch the victory. Um, we're just waiting to see how that game ends, so far. But what was I saying? Get involved in chess. To the viewers at home, viewers on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, get involved in the game of chess. It's a brilliant game. It's a game you can play anywhere. It's a game for anyone, whether you're disabled, whether you're not, whether you're blind, whether you're not. There is a type of chess for you. We have so many chess variants, from atomic chess to, I mean, we have blindfolded chess. Um, we have classical chess. We have king of the hill chess. We have doubles chess. We have many different types of chess for you to enjoy. So get involved in the game of chess. You never know how it could help you in terms of problem solving, or in terms of just filling in the gap of boredom at home, of boredom, of trying to make friends in a social circle. So chess fills in all of those gaps. So just get involved. But so far, the tournament has been extraordinary. We've had great venues this year, great players attending the tournament, and players have been shown a great deal of support with the prize fund. Players normally always want to hear about the prize fund in a chess tournament. No one is going to travel all the way from Egypt for R1,000 prize fund. So this year, we've had a whopping 140, I think 147,000 in put into the prize fund, with I think about 42,000 first place for the GM and Iron Norm section. It's an incredible amount. It's an incredible incentive for the players. So, and it's amazing to see as well. It's pushing the boundaries of how much we are to invest in our players in our country and internationally as well. So it's really beautiful to see. Um, it's really beautiful to see. Yeah, definitely beautiful to see. I'm just checking up on a laptop quickly. with over 200, maybe even over 500 players participating in the tournament. It's very good for exposure. It's very good for the development of the game of chess, and it's nice to see this kind of support from the organizers. And if we can have these tournaments throughout the entire continent, I feel like it'll bring the continent closer as a whole. Um, and definitely, if we are laughing on the inside of the auditorium, the game should is probably done. And yeah, we'll hear what the result is soon enough. Soon enough. The laughing was coming from the auditorium, right? So yeah, we should know the result. But I definitely do think Daniel has won the game. Um, yeah, I mean, it was very, very similar to Grandmaster Sarge Grover's game. So, and that game ended in a positive result. So, definitely kind of easy to play for White, an easy attack to get. So, hopefully, he's converted it. Hopefully. All right, we're back, and we finally have the result for the final game in the Moja Chess Extravaganza GM and IM Norm 2022 round one. The result between FIDE Master Daniel Barish and FIDE Master Panela Mahangu ended in a draw after Daniel Barish had a decent amount of advantage. Panela found a way to squeeze in a draw. I don't know how. But then you guys will get more feed from the game. You can check out the game. The link will be on the Moja Chess website. And yeah, thank you guys for joining us for day one of the tournament. And I hope you guys have a pleasant experience for the rest of the tournament. From Lizo Sikwati, signing out.